All you have to.
All right, so far so good. Hey everyone, welcome back. Before I begin, let me know if my mic is amplifying my voice too loudly, like what happened with my last video. I have concerns that my microphone may be broken, or I'm just an idiot and don't know how to set this thing up properly. So let me know if my mic is acting up. It's been very inconsistent lately. When I was trying to record for the power scale video that I promised, I had everything ready to go, but every time I tried to begin, my microphone would keep amplifying my voice to ear rape levels. I don't know why. And for some reason, when I was on a voice call with one of my sisters, she said it worked just fine. So I don't know what's going on with this thing. Either I'm an idiot and don't know how to work it, or this thing is broken. Yeah, please don't spam the chat like that. If that was an accident, that's fine, but please don't do that. But yeah, please let me know if the volume is really fucked up. All right, if I sound fine, then let's begin. So we have a lot to talk about, but I thought we would talk about something fun that I know you guys care about before I start talking about the riots. I might save the riots for last because that's just going to be upsetting to talk about. So I thought I would start with something I know you guys have been begging me to talk about, and that is the latest death battle. I have plans to review it, but like I said, until I can figure out what's going on with my microphone, I won't be able to do much. But I do have plans to review it. But I'll give some of my thoughts here. I won't do the full review here, but I'll give like a little brief bit of it. And then once I get my mic fixed, I'll finish my power scale, and then I'll do the review. Another reason why the review isn't up yet is because, I don't know if you guys know this, but Rooster Teeth is being dicks. They are falsely claiming some of my reviews, and I can't monetize them. And get a load of this. Some of my claims that I'm countering, they are disputing. Rooster Teeth is blatantly violating fair use law just to, I have to assume it has to be with malicious intent. Like, maybe I'll show you guys what I mean, but for example, my what was it? My Danny Phantom and Jake Long review. I can't monetize that because they put a claim on it. I disputed it, and then they disputed my claim. So Rooster Teeth is being dicks. I don't know what the hell is going on with Rooster Teeth. I think they finally picked up that I have been calling out Death Battle, and they don't like negative publicity of any shows they are even vaguely associated with. Because I'm pretty infamous for taking on Death Battle, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were eventually aware of my existence. So I thought I would get that out of the way. So I'm going to have to find a new way to do the reviews, because I don't know if I can keep using footage from the death battles because Rooster Teeth keeps claiming me unjustly. And now they're actually disputing my claims. So I don't know what I can do about that. It's so fucking stupid. But yeah. So the newest death battle. This one I don't get. Like, this is probably the first thing I want to get out of the way. Why Wonder Woman again? Why not do this literally? Why not do literally anyone else? Like, I'm sure there's plenty of other people you could have had fight She-Ra. Why Wonder Woman? You already did her 3 times. You did Wonder Woman versus Rogue, I believe that's how you pronounce it. I know there was one time I accidentally called her Rouge, and I got some shit from Sonic fans for that. Then they did Wonder Woman versus Thor. Why? Who the fuck knows? And now we have Wonder Woman versus She-Ra. Like, they did the same thing with Batman. And again, I have to ask, why? Like, what is Death Battle's thought process for when they decide to reuse the same character? Like, I'm trying to figure this out. Like, I don't know if maybe they mentioned something on their podcast about it. Please give me a time code and the podcast episode, because I don't know if Death Battle even bothered to explain like what their thought process is when they bring back characters again. Like, it just seems like Death Battle is just saying screw it, and they realized, well, we probably should have done She-Ra versus Wonder Woman in the first place, but we already wasted our time with those other two matchups, so we'll just bring her back again. And this was apparently the season finale. So, yeah, this is officially the worst season of Death Battle so far. Almost every episode was trash, with the exception of maybe 3 episodes, and 2 of them were decent at best. So, congratulations, Death Battle. You've continued to dig yourself into an even deeper hole than you've already dug yourself in. At this point, Death Battle, you've dug the hole so deep you can't even get out. But outside of that, while the fight itself was, I mean, the animation itself, it goes without saying, you know, the animation is going to be good. But the research, oh my God, the research. The way they lowballed Wonder Woman was absolute just... I'm trying to cut back on some of my harsh language just for the sake of being able to monetize my videos, but holy... It was so freaking dumb. Like, this was almost Naruto versus Ichigo level of freaking lowballing. They try to say that, oh, well, Wonder Woman isn't planet level because she needed help to pull a planet. Like, what the hell? Like, moon level Wonder Woman. Are you fucking out of your fucking mind, Death Battle? Wonder Woman isn't even planet level. The girl that can literally go toe to toe with Superman is not planet level. How does Death Battle function? So let me get this straight, Death Battle. Superman, completely infinite, has limitless power. Wonder Woman, who can go toe to toe with Superman, is not even planet level. Please explain to me how that works, Death Battle. How the fucking shit does that supposed to work? Like, I know they also lowballed She-Ra, but with Wonder Woman, it was just pretty bad. And it also, I noticed that they didn't seem to specify which version of Wonder Woman they were using, so they could seemingly pick and choose whatever feats they wanted, so they could just have Wonder Woman be as strong or as weak as they needed her to be. That's what it came off as to me. Like, unless I missed something when I watched the episode, maybe I might have to rewatch it again while I keep working on my script. But I don't recall Death Battle explaining which version of Wonder Woman they were using. Like, I know they specified that they were using the classic version of She-Ra, which I'll give them credit for. Thank God Death Battle did not use the modern She-Ra. That would have been a train wreck. However, with Wonder Woman, they just did whatever the hell they wanted, just like with Superman. They've learned absolutely nothing. And then people wonder why I'm so harsh on Death Battle. And people wonder why the phrase, "Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?" is slowly becoming the catchphrase of my show. Because when it comes to Death Battle, it really applies to them. Seriously, can someone get Voss over there at Screw Attack? They really freaking need him. Death Battle desperately needs Voss on the team. because clearly they don't understand the definition of insanity. Can someone get Voss there? Like, geez, it's how does Death Battle continuously repeat the same mistakes? And how do their fans continue to support this? It's the same thing over and over and over again. I've been calling Death Battle out for this for literally years. Even before my channel came into existence, I was calling them out for nonsense like this. And their power scale made no sense. Like, they admit that Wonder Woman is on par with the Flash, and they also say that Wonder Woman can take out most of the Justice League, but she's not planet level, even though the Justice League consists of people like Green Lantern, who is multiversal, and Superman, who they say is infinite. By the way, Wonder Woman is multiversal at the lowest. Wonder Woman is that powerful. Wonder Woman can fight Justice League members like Green Lantern, who we also know is multiversal. So where is Death Battle getting these scales from? I know someone told me that Death Battle doesn't do the research anymore, but if this is just their team of researchers, then what the hell are these guys researching? If I was working at Screw Attack, I would start firing some people, like immediately. Please don't tempt fate. Death Battle would be stupid enough to do that. And now that they've acknowledged Madara versus Aizen on their Death Battle podcast, and Death Battle has made it perfectly clear that death battles they talk about on their podcast are absolutely viable. They will now take those joke death battles that they do on their podcast that nobody takes seriously, and they will do it now. I will bet you that they will do Heracles versus, what's that guy's name from Alola or whatever the hell that movie was called. The Hawaiian guy with all the tattoos. I forget his name. How much you want to bet they'll do that matchup that they mentioned on their podcast? Because I will bet you they will totally do that. So hopefully they don't ever do Madara versus Aizen, because if they do, then that might be it for me. That might be the thing to make me officially retire, because it's the one death battle I don't want them to do. But there's just, again, I don't know how, like, this is essentially just the woman's Goku versus Superman. Like, they lowball She-Ra and they lowball Wonder Woman, but they don't specify which version of Wonder Woman, so they start doing some weird composite shit. And I just can't. Like, Death Battle is so insane that they end up forcing me to repeat the same criticisms over and over again, because Death Battle is just that insane. Again, there are arguments to be made for multiversal She-Ra, because there have been things in the comic book. I remember one of my fans showed me a part of the He-Man comic book where it was stated that He-Man was multiversal, and so was the Sword of Grayskull. So that means that both Wonder Woman and She-Ra should have been multiversal at the very lowest. There should have been none of this planet level, moon level feat crap. Like, all of that is fodder compared to these two gals when they're at their full potential. Same rules apply for He-Man. Now that I think about it, looking back at it with He-Man and Thundercats, they really lowballed the shit out of He-Man. Oh, really? You know, can someone please get Death Battle to let me be on their podcast? Because I would really like to call them out on that. They say they've never screwed over a character, but they screwed over Goku, they screwed over Gaara, and they screwed over Ichigo. What the hell are they talking about? And as I spoke about before, they talked about possibly bringing back Ichigo to fight Yusuke, but they said that would have been a one-sided fight because Yusuke is stronger than Ichigo. Really? Yusuke. I did a little bit of research on Yusuke. He's like mountain to continental at best, and he's not even light speed. Ichigo, planet level at the lowest and massively faster than light. Where do you get off, Death Battle, saying that Yusuke is too powerful for Ichigo? Like, Ben Singer just keeps doubling down on this. And I pray to God that that was just a rumor. Because if Ben Singer actually thinks that, then I will find a way to get on their podcast and I will call them out for this. Because there is no way in hell that Ben Singer can be that stupid to honestly believe that. This can be easily proven when it comes to Ichigo, but I'm not gonna, I already talked about Naruto versus Ichigo so much. I have like, what, 2 videos and a live stream dedicated to that crap? Let's see. Let's try to focus on She-Ra versus Wonder Woman. So, like I said, just like with Goku versus Superman, they lowball both characters. Although, I guess in this case, it's not as offensive as Goku versus Superman because they at least lowballed both characters. Whereas with Goku versus Superman, they lowball the shit out of Goku and then say that Superman is limitless, which makes no sense because that's easily provably false. Because if Superman is limitless, then that means that anyone who can fight on par with Superman or has killed Superman must also logically be limitless, right? From what I understand, someone told me, a little birdie told me that the planet level scales of Yu Yu Hakusho characters are actually based on mistranslations. If that is true, then that means that Yusuke is not planet level and he's only continental. Now, if that is true, I'll need to find a source for this, but if those scales really are based on mistranslations, then that means that Death Battle is stupid. Because they try to say that, well, Yu Yu Hakusho characters must be planet level because they kept saying in the manga that they could destroy the planet. However, if those are mistranslations, then that's incorrect. And even if that was the case, Ichigo would still defeat Yusuke because Ichigo is large planet level to planet level at the lowest. However, you could make arguments for Ichigo being even stronger than that because we have Yaiwatch, who was planet level, and Ichigo completely one-shot him. And Yaiwatch even admitted that when Ichigo goes true Bankai, he becomes more powerful than him. And considering that Yaiwatch can see the future at all times, there's no reason to doubt that statement. And again, Ichigo is massively faster than light. Casually, he is. He was massively faster than light as early as the Arrancar arc. Like nobody talks about this, but Bleach characters are ridiculously fast. Like, for example, Lieutenant Class Shinigami are FTL. That's how fast Bleach characters are. Because you have characters like Rangiku who can dodge the Nagashiown. Casually. Without Bankai or Shikai, they can pull this off. Even the weakest Espada, Anyero, can casually dodge light. For example, I'll give you a little bit of a sample of what I'm talking about. So with my power scale for Scialopero, when I power scaled his speed, so here's what I did. So we know that Scialopero is stronger than Aranjero. Aranjero can dodge light. We saw this in his fight with Rukia. If you guys want, I'll pull up a scan because I have scans of this. When Aranjero is fighting Rukia, Rukia blows open a hole in the tower they were fighting in, and Aranjero quickly Sonidos out of the way to avoid the light. As we know, Aranjero stated that he can't stand the light. Why? Because Aranjero's powers don't work in the light. So there's no reason to doubt that Aranjero dodged light. I've heard some people try to lowball this by saying, well, actually, it was artificial light, so therefore Aranjero's not FTL. Even though if it was artificial light, why would Aranjero dodge it if it poses no threat to him? That argument just makes no sense. But anyway, so Aranjero dodges light. And Silopero is stronger than Aranjero. At the very least, Silopero is at least 10 to 20 times stronger than Aranjero. So if you do the math, Silopero would be at the very least 10 to 20 times the speed of light. He would be FTL plus. That's at the very lowest, he is 10 to 20 times the speed of light. Like Bleach characters are extremely overpowered in terms of speed. They are ridiculously fast. Don't get me started on Ukiura Schiffer, who is ridiculously fast. He's like hundreds of times the speed of light. He's ridiculous. And anyone who tries to lowball this, don't even bother, because I got the scans and the feats to debunk you. And don't try to pull this outlier bull crap, because FTL is consistent throughout Bleach. We see characters consistently pulling off FTL feats. So there's no reason to doubt that. And I'll go over this much more in detail in my power scale, and I'll show you guys all the scans. I have everything ready for the power scale. But yeah, anyway, so Death Battle is back at it again, just lowballing these characters. And I can't figure out the reason for why they lowball. I guess with Wonder Woman, it makes some sense because she's a DC character and DC characters are broken. But here's the thing. She-Ra is also multiversal. There are arguments to be made for that. So there was no reason to even lowball these two. Like usually Death Battle lowballs characters because one character is usually stronger than the other and they don't want it to look like a spite. But there was no reason to do that here because, again, She-Ra, Wonder Woman, both multiversal. It's like with my Blood Royale I'm working on, Ghost Rider versus Simon Belmont. Both Ghost Rider and Simon Belmont are multiversal. There would be no need for me to lowball Simon Belmont or Ghost Rider. They are both multiversal. They are both FTL. So why? Why would you lowball these two girls when they're both multiversal? It makes no sense. Like, okay, maybe Wonder Woman is faster than She-Ra. I could maybe acknowledge that because I'm sorry, there's no way that She-Ra is keeping up with Wonder Woman. Not happening. Even if she's multiversal, Wonder Woman is way too fast. She can keep up with Flash. Sorry. There's no way that She-Ra is going to be keeping up with her speed. So, yeah. This was just a mess. About one of the only things I can praise is the animation. But then again, Death Battle does not handle the animation. Someone who actually knows how to do their job does. I would need some kind of scan or a feat for that. I'm not saying I don't believe it. I'm saying I need some kind of feat or scan that I can power scale with. Oh, yes, Simon Belmont is very powerful. The Belmont family is not one to be fucked with. They are very, very powerful. Well, here's what you need to understand about the Belmonts. They regularly fight Dracula, who is a multiversal threat. Regularly, they fight and defeat Dracula. All members of the Belmont family are multiversal at the lowest. If you lowball them, you get them at universe level. That's if you severely lowball them, their universe level. And this is not taking into account the strongest members of the family, like Julius Belmont, who fought the strongest incarnation of Dracula, Soma. And Soma is just a whole different beast entirely. Yes, I will. And if you paid attention, I said that I'll talk about that a little bit later, and I'll start talking about Death Battle first, because I'm pretty sure you guys would much rather hear about that, because I know a lot of people in the comments have been asking me when's the next Death Battle. I probably would have been able to have it up by now if, again, I could figure out what's going on with my mic. I would have my power scale up and the new Death Battle review, but I got to figure out what's going on with my mic. If anyone has any idea or can link me a video of something that could help me figure out what's up with my mic, I would appreciate that, because I can't figure out what's going on with it. Like, if I do a live stream or a voice call, it works perfectly fine. But if I try to do a voiceover, it just keeps amplifying my voice as loud as possible. I don't know if maybe something's wrong with my editing software or if it's my mic. I can't figure out what the problem is. So, yes, the new Death Battle review, it should have been up by now, but I haven't been able to do any recording. I'm thinking about possibly going out and getting a second microphone just to have as a backup in case something ever happens with this. I'm thinking about possibly going out and getting myself a snowball, but I haven't quite figured it out yet, because I don't know for certain if my microphone is broken or if it's just something with my laptop. I need to figure that out. Because if my microphone is working just fine for the live stream, then maybe it's not the mic. It might be something else. But again, I don't know what the issue is. But yeah, I'm not certain what else to say about Wonder Woman versus She-Ra. That I want to save some of it for the review, because if I give all my thoughts here, then there'll be no point to me doing the review, you know? However, I will talk about DBX. Yes, DBX is a joke. I'm sorry, but if you take DBX seriously, you're not really all that bright. Because DBX is pointless. It is just mindless animation. I cannot stand DBX. DBX is basically the same as 1 Minute Melee. It's pointless. Like, all you're doing is, I guess on some level, I can understand the point of DBX. You got to upload content on the channel to make up for when you're not uploading Death Battle reviews, because they got to keep their views up so they can keep making money to pay for the animations. But even so, DBX is just completely pointless. Like, why not? Here's what you could do, Death Battle. Upload some power scales. Show you know what you're talking about. Maybe just upload some power scales instead of wasting your animator's time. Like, I've seen so many offensive Death Battles. I think one time they unironically did Kirito versus Guts. Enough said. I can't with DBX. I can't even be bothered to review it. Like, even looking from the perspective of just like animation, okay, it's completely pointless. Because they're not doing any research, and the winner is most likely just determined by a coin toss, or just whoever Death Battle feels like having win. It's all just so effing pointless. I cannot stress that enough. And one thought I just had in my mind, until I can figure out what's going on with my mic or my editing software, maybe I'll just start doing some streams until I can get back to recording. Maybe I'll do that until I can figure out the problem. At the very least, I can get something uploaded. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Wonder Woman versus She-Ra for now. I'll probably have more thoughts when I can get the review up. So yeah. So the next thing I want to talk about is Fan War is at it again with his shenanigans. So that's another thing we're going to be talking about. Give me a second to pull this up. Because he's hell-bent on doing something for his 100th episode that is just a terrible idea. And I keep trying to explain to him why it's a bad idea, but he just won't listen to me. I don't know what else to do. Like, I've tried every attempt to reason with him. Hold on, I'll pull it up. You guys can see for yourself. And if you've been paying attention to Death Battle's podcast, this might piss you off when you see it. So give me a second. Okay, so here we go. This is his 100th episode, and he will not budge on it. And trust me, it's pretty bad. By the way, I can't stress this enough. He thinks he's big, but like nobody in the Versus community knows who this guy is. Yep. Yeah, you already fucked up. Team Ruby would get slaughtered. I have all the details on this because I talked to this guy privately on Facebook. Team Ruby would not win. First off, he's using the most powerful version of the Turtles to date, the early 2000s version. Also, Team Ruby is not as strong as you think it is. I can break it down right here and tell you exactly who would win. Like, I've tried everything in my power to reason with him. But his reasoning for why he wants this to happen is they're both teenage teams that fight against impossible odds. And he went on some Death Battle and Ruby fandoms and said that, oh, we think it would be a good idea. So he says, well, they want me to do it, so I'm going to do it. Like, I basically asked him, if the Ruby fan base told you to go jump off a bridge, would you do it? If the TMNT fan base told him to have a death battle with a rope and a stool, would he do it? And what's even worse is he admitted he's going to lowball the Turtles. He admitted he needs to lowball the Turtles because otherwise the fight will be unfair. He said he's not giving them their mystic powers, he's not giving them their technological weapons, and he's not giving them any of their transformations. He just doesn't give a crap. He has this delusion that he's going to tell this amazing story and have this grand epic fight. But he's incompetent at what he does. A wise man once said, the only thing worse than a fool is a fool who thinks himself wise. And it's ridiculous. And I would urge you, if you guys feel like it, go to his video, give him a dislike, and leave some comments letting him know that this is a bad idea, because he won't listen to me. I've really tried. I've tried everything. You can ask Marks all about it. I know that he's in that group that I made that Fan War is in. He's seen with his own eyes how stubborn Fan War is. He won't give up. Like I can't. Again, no matter what I do, if me, Kyle, and Marks, two friends that are in this group that he asked me to make to help him out with his terrible matchups, we all explained to him why Ruby has no chance against the Turtles. And he said, well, I'm going to do it anyway. And I shit you not, he actually said this. I don't care if you like it or not, I'm going to do it. Let that sink in. Doesn't those words sound very, very familiar? And what's funny is he says people are telling him to do this, but if you go in his comment section, barely anyone gives a flying fuck. Like, you can check his comments, like barely anyone cares. And most of the people in his comments are casuals that are not from the Versus community and have no clue what they're talking about. So he's literally appealing to filthy casuals that know nothing about power scaling or the art of Versus debating. And I can break this down. I've got the research. I've got the scans. Ruby has no shot against the Turtles. In fact, let me pull up a couple of tabs right here and I'll show you what I mean. All right. Okay, so let's break this down. So let's start with speed, because this is going to be very important because of something Fan War once told me. He once told me that characters who are too fast wouldn't be able to be touched, which, by the way, he had some pretty dumb ways of trying to lowball the Turtles that you guys need to hear to believe. But let's just get started with some of these scans. So, give me a minute. I'm pulling it up. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Okay. So, here are some of their speed and agility feats. So, they're fast enough to outrun an explosion, which, if you don't know, that is hypersonic. If you can dodge an explosion, that's hypersonic speeds. But also, they can dodge lasers. And this is very important. I have a scan of it right here. Let me just screen share it. Because this is something a lot of people don't know. But I hope I don't get copyright claimed for showing this GIF. Anyway, so the Turtles can dodge lasers. And if you don't know, lasers are actually FTL. In fact, fun fact, the fastest laser was documented at 300 times the speed of light. Let that sink in. Now, even if you lowball it and give it the benefit of the doubt that these lasers are not comparable to the fastest laser, even if you lowball it, it's still FTL. FTL does not exist in the Ruby universe. Like, you have characters that are light speed, not light speed, God damn it, tongue twister. Lightning timers at best. Like, you do have certain characters in Ruby, and I have looked into this. There are indeed characters that can dodge lightning. However, that's just lightning timing at best. The turtles have also dodged lightning. And they've also dodged lasers. And like I said, even if you lowball it, the turtles are still FTL. But at the very least, the turtles would have to be FTL, but you could make the argument for them being 300 times the speed of light. To put that into perspective, that would be as fast as someone like Ulquiorra. That's how fast that would be. It's ridiculous. Like, if you go off of that, the turtles being 300 times the speed of light, then that means the turtles are faster than many members of the Espada. People like Scialopero, Aranero, Zomori, they wouldn't be able to touch the turtles. So you have the turtles that are light speed, and even if you lowball them, they're still light speed. Versus Team Ruby that are only lightning timers at best. And as far as my knowledge, not everyone in the team is a lightning timer. Only 2 members are. Yang and Blake. They're the only members that are lightning timers. So the others are just screwed and useless. So it makes no sense. And yes, they are. And I just explained why. The laser feat. Like I said, lasers are faster than light, if you didn't know that. Unless specifically stated otherwise, lasers are FTL. So yes, the turtles are FTL. Well, this is unexpected. But like I said, even if you lowball the laser feat, even if you say that the turtles aren't as fast as the fastest laser, even if you lowball these lasers, they would still be FTL. But moreover, it's not just that. Oh crap, I think I accidentally closed out the tab like an idiot. Strength-wise, it's even worse. Ruby characters have some of the worst strength feats I've ever seen. Most of them can barely even clock at building level. For example, I looked up, I believe it was Ruby Rose. One of her best feats of strength was destroying a roof. A freaking roof. Not a building, a roof to a building. That is like barely even wall level. At best, maybe you could get that at wall level. Meanwhile, you have the turtles. Let me pull up a scan of this. Where is it? Where are those durability feats at? And remember, he's using the strongest versions of the turtles. I cannot stress that enough. Let's see, where is it? I know it's here somewhere. I've looked through this various times. Ah, here we go. So you have the turtles that can tank missiles that can decimate entire buildings. I have it right here. So the turtles can tank building busting power without a single solitary scratch on them. Most Ruby characters barely even clock at building level. Fan War is sending Team Ruby to their death. Even with the heavily lowballed basic gear turtles, they are still far too powerful for Team Ruby. Even if you take away their mystic powers, even if you take away their mutations and secondary transformations, even if you take away their techno weapons, they are still too powerful. That's how bad of a spite this is. That even with heavily lowballed versions of the turtles, they're still far too powerful. We can keep going. I can show you some of the strength feats in Ruby. It's absolutely pathetic. Let me see if I can pull up that roof feat I told you about. Give me a minute. Probably should have had these tabs open before I started the stream. Let's see, where is it? Ah, here it is. Okay, so let's see here. Firepower, blah, 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 blah. Where is it? By the way, it's also worth noting that most Ruby characters don't even have feats. Like when you look them up, all you get is, well, this Ruby character scales to this character, or this Ruby character blocks hits from this character. There's rarely ever feats to scale off of. So they're borderline featless. They have some. It's funny how people try to call Bleach featless, but Ruby has barely any feats to go off of. They have some, but not a lot. Like trying to calculate a Ruby character's strength is damn near impossible because they give you barely anything to work with. You have to look up the feats of other characters just to power scale another character in Ruby. It's just a freaking mess. Let's see, where is it? I know it's here somewhere. I'm pretty sure it was Ruby that had this feat. Like Fanwar was trying to show me that, well, they can tank hits from Mercury, but Mercury has no strength feats. Literally, Mercury has no known strength feats to power scale off of. Whenever he uses his attacks, he never causes any kind of devastating destruction. There's never any craters. He never destroys any buildings. Nothing. And I swear, if Rooster Teeth tries to claim this stream for showing these little clips so I can show their feats, I'm going to be extremely irritated. Okay, so here we have a feat where it says that this character striked with enough power to cause a shockwave into the ground. This is street level power at best. Like maybe you could get this at street level. And even then, street level is one of it's like literally about as low as being wall level. Like basically, this is about the kind of thing you would see from characters in DOA, one of the most fodder universes of all time. So once again, Ruby characters so far, street to barely even building level, turtles can casually tank building busting attacks. Like here's another feat right here. Slices through a burning tree. Really? Wow. What an incredible feat there, Rooster Teeth. Like this is like the kind of stuff that characters like Rock Lee did for training. Like Rock Lee would like rip trees out of the ground and stuff. And he would do this for training in early series Naruto. And then you got these Ruby characters like, Ruby Rose can slice a tree in half. Yeah, I'm sure the turtles are going to be quivering. I'm sure the turtles are going to be quivering in their shells at this power. Like, this is just absolutely ridiculous. And from what I've seen, most Ruby characters can barely even clock in at building level. I've searched through so many of their feats. I can't find anything. Like, you look on the Versus Wiki and they say, well, this Ruby character is building level. This Ruby character is city block level. But there's simply no evidence to back it up. There's never a feat to scale off of. If you go on the Versus Wiki, it says, well, this character is comparable to this character, so that therefore equals city block level somehow. But there's never a feat. How can you know this if there's no feat to scale off of? Like, I cannot stress this enough. Like, I've said this many times before. In my Yang versus Tifa review, the Ruby universe is weak. Really, really weak. It is total cannon fodder. Like, Ruby characters are barely on par with DOA characters. If it wasn't for their elemental or hack abilities, they would barely be on par with DOA. And DOA might be one of the weakest universes in history. And these are the girls that he wants to fight the turtles. And you're going to love this. So, Fan War tried to lowball the turtles' speed by saying this. You guys are going to love this. I'm not joking. He actually said this. The turtles can't be light speed. Because if the turtles were light speed, they would be able to defeat the Foot Clan with a month to spare. I just had to give you guys a moment of silence to just take in what you just heard. The turtles can't be light speed because if they were light speed, they would be able to defeat the Foot Clan with a month to spare, whatever that means. Like, this is basically the equivalent of me saying this. Ichigo cannot be light speed because if he were light speed, he would have been able to defeat the Espada in less than a month. So, checkmate, Bleach wankers. Ichigo can't be light speed because he didn't defeat the Espada with a month to spare. And you know what's funny? Fan War acknowledged and has admitted that the turtles have dodged lasers. And I showed him evidence that lasers are light speed. I showed him literal scientific evidence from a freaking physicist that said that lasers are light speed. And he tries to say that the turtles can't be light speed. It's ridiculous. He's delusional. And again, he has this fantasy that he's going to make this awesome 3D fight, even though he admits that he can't do 3D animation and he can't afford 3D animation, and he's unwilling to learn 3D animation because it's too hard for him. He has this delusion that, oh my God, I have this amazing script, this amazing storyline. Oh my God, they're going to fight in all kinds of different locations. There's going to be a car and a bike chase. Just imagine how epic it'll be. They'll fight in the city. They'll fight in the sewer. There'll be a car chase. This sounds like the script to a Michael Bay film. Like, tell me not that this doesn't sound like something Michael Bay would write. thank you for your donation. And something I want to say real quick is I didn't know that there's this thing called the $100 threshold where I have to make up enough money, I assume per month, to equal up to $100. And because I screwed something up, I wasn't able to get paid for last month. So any donations or spreading the stream around to get enough views to help add up to $100 will be helpful so I can officially be monetized. I did not know about the $100 threshold. I swear YouTube is going out of its way to inconvenience its content creators. So any donations would be very helpful. And like I said, a lot of the donations from the last live stream are going to be going to my friend. Anyway, back to the subject at hand. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, he thinks that he has this epic matchup planned out, but it's just so stupid. It's like, oh, there's going to be a car and bike chase. Wow, I've never seen that before. Oh, they're going to fight in the city. Wow, I've never seen that before. Oh, they're going to fight in the sewer. Oh my God, they're going to fight in the sewer? Holy fucking shit. We need to call Death Battle and warn them that Fan War is going to put them out of business. Death Battle is in serious trouble, guys. We need to stop this and protect Death Battle, because this is just too much for them. Death Battle can't handle this level of quality. Oh, wait. Literally, the first Death Battle that they ever did with Leonardo, the first two Death Battles they ever did with Leonardo took place in the sewer. Oh my goodness. Well, I guess your matchup is garbage. Like, seriously, Fan War, give it up. Your matchup is trash. It is delusional to believe that this is a good idea on any level. If you do this idea, it will forever taint your legacy. This will be a worse 100th episode than Death Battle's 100th episode. And I was pretty harsh on Death Battle for their 100th episode when they tried to do Mario versus Sonic again. Like, it's frustrating because I've literally spoken to him for literal hours. I have spent hours trying to get through to Fan War to explain to him why this is a bad idea. But he just doesn't get it. Like he said, I don't care if you like it or not, I'm going to do it anyway. So basically what he's saying is he doesn't give a crap about his audience, the people that he's trying to appeal to. He claims that he cares about his fans, but he isn't even appealing to his own fans. Because people like me and people like you that watch my power scales, that watch my Death Battle reviews, you are his audience, but he's not catering to you guys. He's catering to the casuals that will like anything he puts out. Also, you want to know what's really, really sad? You want to know what Fan War's most viewed video is? A little animation he made of Sans and Garnet. I shit you not. That is his most viewed video. A little animation he made for fun of Sans and Garnet. They're not even fighting. I'm pretty sure, like, I've gone through Fan War's comment section, and about the only person that comment section who knows any degree of what they're talking about is Kevin. In fact, Kevin came from Fan War because I kept calling him out on his BS, and I think he came across my channel or one of my comments at some point, and he saw, oh my God, an actual versus debater. I have to assume that's what happened, because literally no one else in this comment section knows what they're talking about. They don't even understand the concept of power scaling. And Fan War barely understands the concept of power scaling either. All he does is he just says their feats. He doesn't scale them, he just says their feats. It's ridiculous. Yeah, but the sad part is, let me see if I can pull it up. Hopefully I won't get claimed for it. Like, I'm really trying to avoid this live stream getting claimed because I can't afford to lose any monetization. But let me pull it up and I'll show you guys. Like, I'm not joking. Like, he has a video that also, here's another thing. Fan War, get this. He doesn't know how to monetize his own videos. And he wonders why he doesn't have a budget for his show. He can't even figure out how to monetize his own content. This dude is so incompetent, he doesn't even know how to monetize his own videos. And it's easy. It literally takes 2 clicks to monetize a video. It takes less effort. It literally takes more effort to take a shit than to monetize videos on YouTube. And he can't figure that out. And then he wonders why nobody takes him seriously. He wonders why I'm so hard on him. By the way, I'm going to leave the link for his trailer in the chat. If any of you want to go check it out, leave a comment or a dislike or something, I'll leave it in the chat if you guys want to check it out. Right now, he has like 48 likes, so even his own fan base barely even cares. Let's put this in perspective. Fan War has more subscribers than me. He has like 10,000 subscribers. And he got like 48 likes. And he says, people really want to see this death battle. He has like 48 likes. Nobody cares. And what's funny is he tried to doubt my reputation and influence in the Versus community because he tried to flex his subscriber count. He's like, I have 10,000 subscribers and you only have 700 subscribers. He doesn't even know that I recently got 1,000 subscribers because he doesn't pay attention. So what kind of influence could you possibly have in the Versus community? And he keeps constantly advertising Ruby versus TMNT. And I keep trying to tell him, don't do it. It's a bad idea. But again, he won't listen. Another cringy matchup he did was he did Simba versus Kimba the White Lion. Wow, Fan War. Like some of his videos honestly feel like punchlines. By the way, it might take me a little bit of time to find this video because Fan War's channel is organized like garbage. Let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, here's another one. Fiona versus Beast. Need I say more? And he wonders why no one takes him seriously. He also did The Grinch versus the Cat in the Hat. Again, not even joking. Where is that video? Let's see. I know it's here somewhere. Unless it got deleted, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh my God. Okay. You guys need to see this to believe it. This is real. No, you are not dreaming. This is real. Ed, and Eddie versus the Heavy from Team Fortress 2. I really hate my job sometimes. It's times like this where I think to myself, I wish I never got involved in the versus community. Like, this is impressively bad. This is literally more of a joke than Animation Rewind. Even Animation Rewind would not stoop this low. And that guy has done some really, really bad matchups. Now, even if this is a joke death battle, I don't even think it makes any attempt to explain that that's what it is. Nope, it's not a joke death battle. This is real. Here's another one. Joker versus Eddie. Hey, Fan War, how about you make another video of fights you want to do but can't and update it with TMNT versus Team Ruby? I would respect you so much more if you at least admitted that it was a garbage matchup. Oh my God, that animation looks so bad. Okay, let's see here. Oh, oops. Why am I on my... Oh, never mind. Let's see. Where is that video? I know it's here somewhere. Maybe it got deleted. Why can't I find it? I remember like his most viewed video was like this video of like Garnet and Sands or something, and it had like 1 million views. Wonder why I can't find it. Well, even then, even if I don't find it, I still found some real bad cringe. One thing I will say, he did admit that Heracles versus Aladdin was a bad matchup. So at least he has admitted that some of his matchups are bad. Emphasis, though, on some. There are others he just won't budge on. Yeah, sorry, guys. I can't find it. I think it might have gotten deleted. That sucks. Oh, well. All right. I don't know if it will, though. Either way, I've still made my point. So yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like I said, he doesn't seem to listen. Like the only way I can ever get him to listen is when we're in our little group thing and multiple people in the chat tell him that this is a bad idea. Which is why I was thinking maybe if I show this on a live stream, maybe enough people who watch my videos and are actually members of the Versus community will spread that around, and maybe he'll get enough dislikes and comments where he'll finally reconsider. Maybe then he'll listen, but I don't know. He's pretty stubborn, and he's admitted the fact that he's stubborn. He's also admitted the fact to me that he's lazy. So, I mean, I guess unlike Death Battles, he's honest, I guess. But it doesn't make it any less annoying that he does this. I mean, I could keep going on and on for hours about this. In fact, one thing I might possibly do is invite Fan War for a live debate where I will debate the Turtles, he will debate Team Ruby, and if he loses, he has to give up on his little episode. But I don't think he'll agree to that. Because one, he knows he would get decimated. Two, he doesn't understand power scaling. He has a very basic grasp of power scaling. And he's so stubborn, he will never say no to this matchup. But if I could, I would bring him on a debate, and I would show him just how badly the Turtles completely slaughter Team Ruby. Even if you lowball them. You could lowball them Naruto versus Ichigo style, and they still wouldn't have a chance. It's just embarrassing. And he has so many other episodes I need to review, but some of them are just so bad. On some level, I can understand where Death Battle is coming from with Yusuke versus Ichigo. I mean, it does make a tad bit more sense because Yusuke is an astral being just like Ichigo. So it makes some sense, but at the same time it doesn't, because Ichigo is so powerful, Yusuke would get obliterated. Like, Ichigo wouldn't even need true Bankai. He just wouldn't. He could probably defeat him with just his Shikai if he wanted to. I don't think I ever want to know who they have Beerus fight. Once I can get Blood Royale finished, I haven't heard back from my animator yet. I'll keep you guys updated on that. I hope my animator is doing fine. I hope he hasn't gotten beaten up by a looter or something. But yeah, I'm gonna try to when Blood Royale comes out, I'm gonna show these people how it's done, especially Death Battle, Fan War, and Animation Rewind. I'm not gonna mess around with any stupid jokes. I am rarely ever going to do joke Blood Royales. I'm just going to focus on what matters. Power scaling and good matchups. I mean, it is one of the worst death battles of all time. Speaking of which, I better remember to update the community list of the worst death battles of all time. I've been needing to update it for the new episodes that came out. Danny Phantom versus Jake, and Wonder Woman versus She-Ra. I'll have to do that at some point. I don't think they would ever do Arceus because it makes no sense to do Arceus. I don't think they ever will. At least I hope they wouldn't. Unfortunately, I don't know who those characters are. All the death battles I want to see, you guys will see on Blood Royale, because I finally lost my patience with Death Battle, and I decided, you know what? If you want something done right, Do it yourself. However, some of the death battles I really wanted to see happen can't happen, sadly. I'll give you an example of what I mean. This death battle I wanted to do so badly, but I'll never be able to do it. Let me pull it up. Here it is. Oops, wrong one. God damn it. There we go. This was a death battle I wanted to do so badly. Lucy versus Accelerator. But the harsh reality is I can't do it. No matter how much I want to do it, no matter how much of a good idea it may seem on paper, no matter how good my script was for the fight, I can't do it. Why? Because of one of the most important aspects of making a good death battle matchup that I thought I made clear enough in my video, but I guess I didn't. Compatibility. Lucy can't fight Accelerator. He's far too powerful. Accelerator is ridiculously overpowered. Lucy clocks in at planet level at best. And even then, that wouldn't be, even if like with high, even if you give her planetary high ball, because there is rumors of a feat in the manga where she stopped the Earth's rotation. And I did the math and find out that that would equal up to planet level power. But even with that, Accelerator is solar system level. Lucy would be obliterated in seconds. And I was in denial for a long time. I really wanted to do this matchup. Everyone kept telling me it's a bad idea. Lucy will get slaughtered. And eventually, I had to just accept it. I can't do Lucy versus Accelerator. I'll never be able to do it. I may not like it, but it's the way it is. You can't always get what you want. Not every matchup is going to work out in your favor. Let me check the chat. I've had to look for a brand new opponent for Lucy. But the problem is I can't find one. Almost every other opponent for Lucy sucks. For example, people want to see Lucy fight Yuno. That's a bad idea. Not only because Yuno sucks, and the only reason people want to see it is it's a battle of the yanderes, but it's also because Yuno would get slaughtered. Yuno would die horribly if she tried to fight Lucy. While yes, Yuno does have some degree of decent feats, like dodging explosions and whatnot, it doesn't matter because all of that means nothing to Lucy. It was stated countless times in the Elfen Lied manga. I mean, Elfen Lied. I got to get better at saying lead. In the Elfen Lied manga, that Lucy could destroy the planet. Now, a lot of people have debated on if she actually could do it, but it was stated multiple times in the manga that she could destroy the planet. She is a threat to Earth. Alex Mercer would not be a good opponent because I looked up Alex Mercer. Alex Mercer is really, really weak. He is not powerful at all. You can look this up. Alex Mercer, he's like barely building level. He's literally as strong as a Ruby character. So Lucy versus Alex, not a good idea either. Another one I see is Lucy versus Shiro. Lucy versus Shiro is a tad bit better. The problem is Shiro is like island level at best. So I don't think she would stand any better of a chance against Lucy. Another one I keep hearing about is Kaneki versus Lucy. But as far as my knowledge, that's not any better of a matchup. Like, I keep trying to find a good opponent for Lucy, but I can't find anyone. It's either she's too powerful for her opponent or her opponent is too powerful for her. And it sucks because my plan for season 1 was I wanted to have Lucy as my season finale episode, but I can't unless I can find her a new opponent. Yes, that's stupid. Death would die. A lot. Even if you go off of Death Battle's highball of Death, she would still die. A lot. Lucy versus Mewtwo is not that much better. From what I've looked into it, I believe Mewtwo is too powerful for Lucy. But you see, when I come up with bad matchups, I will admit it. Like, there are other matchups I wanted to do. I wanted to do Guts versus Heracles. Can't do it. Wanted to do Guts versus Lancelot. Can't do it. I had to cancel so many fucking blood royales. I understand. I'm still working on the debunking. Like I said, the debunkings take a lot of time because so much research goes into it. And I want to make sure I don't screw up like Death Battle does. Yeah, but the problem is, I see that one all the time too, but I don't think Tatsumaki would have much of a chance against Lucy. Also, it's just a battle of telekinetics. I mean, I felt that while I certainly would like to see Lucy battle another telekinetic, I want it to be more than just they both have the same power. I've criticized that for so long. I felt that Lucy and Accelerator had a little bit more going, given that they both have the aspect of that sort of crazy yandere personality. They both have that person in their life that they love. In the case of Lucy, it was Coda. In the case of Accelerator, it's Misaka. And they're willing to slaughter entire armies just for the ones they love. God damn it. Lucy versus Silver, no. I'm not going to degrade Lucy by putting her in a battle with a Sonic character. That's disrespectful to Lucy. Yeah, that's a god-awful idea. Vincent would annihilate Alucard. That would barely even be a fight. The only way Alucard could possibly win is using Schrodinger's powers. And even then, I don't even know if even that would work. Yeah, Lucy would kill her too. Oh, I can already tell you where they're going with that one. Both had a tragic childhood. Both ended up murdering millions for the one that they love. And both ended up started out being innocent kids that eventually fell into darkness. Oh, and the Force has telekinetic properties. That's literally the reason. I could barely get through it because once I saw that he was doing a power scale of Steven Universe, I wanted to find a way to delete his channel from existence. Jar should be ashamed of that video. And speaking of which, Jar has a Never Go Full Retard episode waiting for him because Jar decided to say something really, really stupid. But I'll save that for when I get to it. But he made a video about Mary Sue's, and oh my God, he said something really dumb. Also, as far to my knowledge, I don't believe Darth Vader counts as a yandere. Because he doesn't have a obsessive psychopathic crush on Padme. He fell in love with Padme and he just wanted to save her. He was afraid of losing her the same way that he lost his mother, and he was willing to do anything to save her. However, Lucy is an actual yandere. But I already know where they're going with Lucy versus Darth Vader, but that doesn't make it a good matchup. Because Darth Vader is really not all that powerful. Darth Vader has way too many flaws. Darth Vader can literally be turned off with the press of a button. Not to mention he's extremely vulnerable to lightning. And one of Lucy's powers is weather manipulation. She could easily get a lightning storm going. Darth Sidious specifically made his suit weak against lightning, so he could use Force Lightning to keep Darth Vader in line if he ever tried to turn against him. The Blob versus Snorlax. Okay, why? What, because they're both fat and eat a lot of food? Is that it? I wanted to say something a lot more edgy, but I'm pretty sure YouTube would demonetize me for it. But yeah. Fan War hasn't changed. If anything, he's getting worse. He promises that he's improving, but right now I don't believe it. The mere fact that he won't give up or admit defeat on this Ruby versus TMNT thing is evidence of that. Also, if we're talking about the Blob from Marvel, yeah, I'm pretty certain he would probably destroy Snorlax, considering that he logically has fought members of the X-Men. And if Fan War wants to keep pushing, I'll push back just as hard. I'll invite him for a live debate. I'll make power scales of Team Ruby and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'll power scale every single incarnation of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, even the Michael Bay ones. Even the Next Mutation Turtles. And I'll make sure that everybody knows that Team Ruby would die horribly against the Turtles. I'll derail that if I have to. I'll make sure word spreads around in the Versus community. I know people who will gladly rip him to shreds. That's not a problem. I've been in contact with some of the biggest members of the Versus community, such as Seth and Clyde. I even debated Seth the programmer once. No. Star versus Steven is not a billion times better. It's barely better. It's like negative 1.5% better. Universe versus Star is not a good idea. It never was a good idea. And I don't know why people are so obsessed with seeing that matchup. Also, I'm just going to say this. Steven Universe characters should not be allowed on shows like Death Battle. Because Steven Universe is a propaganda cartoon that has done nothing but spread toxicity. So, no, Steven Universe doesn't deserve to be anywhere near a Versus debate. The only thing Steven Universe deserves is to be buried with all the other propaganda. I think it should be a rule that Mary Sue's and propaganda characters should not be allowed in Versus debates. And I'm going to try to work on putting together a high council for the Versus community. I'm going to try and see if I can get in touch with people like Seth, Sir Splash, and Clyde about this. And I'll put together a high council of the Versus community, and we'll work together to clean up the community. And I'll talk to them about adding a new rule about Mary Sue's and propaganda characters being illegal in Versus debates. And I'll make sure that people like Animation Rewind and Teen Gohan Fighter, I'll make sure they'll be excommunicado. That would be a promise. Because there's a lot of people in this community that honestly need to get the fuck out. Because they're doing the community no favors. I'm not certain about Chuck because while I'm well aware of Chuck, a lot of people seem to not like that guy. I think even Seth stopped associating with him at some point, last I checked. Right now, a lot of people don't seem too fond of Chuck. I guess he did something that pissed people off. I don't know. I never really looked all that deep into it because I was never really the biggest fan of Chuck. I always thought he was a little bit irritating. Like, even Seth has kind of toned down his obnoxious douchebag persona a little bit. I guess he finally realized it was kind of really annoying and doing him no favors, and people just want to hear him power scale. I would try to see if I could bring Clyde or Seth on, but Clyde's Discord got deleted. I mean, not Clyde. Seth's server got deleted, and Clyde, I was mysteriously banned from his server by one of his mods for no explained reason. I think me and my partner Seno told this story, but we were in Clyde's server. That's where me and him met. And then for no reason, me and him just got blocked and banned by one of his mods. I guess one of his mods just went crazy and just started banning people for no reason. I don't know what happened. I haven't been able to get back in Clyde's server, and I haven't been able to get in touch with Clyde because he doesn't have a lot of social media outside of his Discord and his Instagram, which he doesn't seem to be very active on anyway. And unfortunately, Discord is a dick, and they won't let you have backup accounts on Discord, which is really stupid. I hope you understand that Austin Powers is intended to be a parody of James Bond. Why would he fight James Bond? He's a parody of James Bond. He's intended to mock James Bond. I don't know where I heard that from, but someone told me that Chuck like pissed some people off or something. I can't remember who told it to me. I guess apparently at one point, like someone told me that supposedly Seth and Chuck were like pissed at each other, or they stopped associating with each other. I wasn't certain if it was true or not, and I didn't care enough to look into it. Also, at this point in time, I wasn't exactly very fond of Seth at the time, because when I was in his server, he decided to be a dick to me for no real reason. While I've been slowly gaining a little bit more respect for him over the months, there was once a time where I wasn't exactly the biggest fan of Seth, because in his server, he just acted like a complete douchebag when I joined. He was a complete a-hole to me for really no reason. Why? No. First off, Yandere-chan has a name now. Second off, no Yandere Simulator characters. I really hope I don't have to explain why no Yandere Simulator characters. Because if I do, I'm going to be really annoyed. Also, as far as my knowledge, Dogon Rampa characters, they don't fight. They don't have any feats or powers of any kind. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that can't happen. Both can go die in a fire. Both are cancer, and both are cancer to their industries. Ruby is a cancer to the Western industry, and Akame ga Kill is poison to the anime community. I mean, the anime industry. To hell with Akame ga Kill, to hell with Ruby. They're both abominations. See, the problem with doing Yandere Simulator characters is this. We know nothing about them. Yandere-chan, she has like little to no backstory. Because her story isn't even complete yet. Even when you go on their wiki pages, Yandere Dev says that he hasn't figured out the characters yet. How can you do a Yandere Simulator character if the game isn't even complete? The game isn't even in demo state yet. It's still basically in pre-alpha. So anyone who suggests Yandere-chan versus any character, if you're watching this stream, stop it. Stop it right now. You can't use characters from a universe that has not been established yet. The character has not been established. She has no known feats. Nothing. Okay, she's a yandere. That doesn't automatically mean she's a fighter. I don't like this idea that people think that yanderes are skilled fighters. They're not. Yanderes are just psychopaths. Just because you're a psychopath, that doesn't make you a warrior. I remember this one person made a soundtrack, a fan-made soundtrack for, I believe it was Yuno versus Yandere-chan. Not even joking. I explained to them why that was stupid, and they said, well, most of the other yanderes can't fight Yuno because she's too powerful. I really hope I don't have to explain why that's stupid to say. First off, Yuno versus Shiro dies. Shiro wins. Yuno versus Lucy dies. Like, yes, I agree some of the human ones, like the ones from Kigurashi or Shuffle, yeah, they would probably die. But if you tried to put Yuno against someone like Lucy or Shiro, she's gonna die. Well, All Sunday must be a complete nobody because even I haven't heard of that loser. And I know about some pretty obscure people in the community. I mean, hell, I was able to dig up Fan War. And you know what's funny? I didn't find Fan War. Fan War came to me. He saw one of my videos. We spoke for a little bit. I made a review. We did a collaboration that was so disastrous, I had to delete the video. And now I'm regularly reviewing his stuff. So Fan War came to me. That's how irrelevant that guy was. I didn't even know he even existed. Well, if he did, he's a moron. How can you power scale Yandere-chan? She has no feats. She barely has any backstory. We know literally nothing about her. For all we know, Yandere-chan could be weaker than DOA characters for all we know. People try to say that, oh, well, Yandere-chan would have more powers because of the occult club. Yes, people assume that she's going to have powers because of the occult club. They just assume she's going to have abilities, even though Yandere-chan hasn't established that that's the case. She might have powers. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But as it stands right now, she has no powers. She's just a crazy girl. Because last I checked, Yandere-chan has not been established to have any kind of canon abilities. Like I said, I won't deny that maybe she will, but again, we don't know. Her character is not complete. You can't power scale a character that's not finished. There's nothing to power scale with. That would be like someone trying to power scale my OC. Even though you guys would have nothing to work with. Nothing has been established yet with my character. I mean, yeah, I have dropped hints that my character does have access to magic, has a sword that is actually the void, and has the ability to clone herself, in air quotes. But that's all you guys know. You have no established feats to go off of. Nothing. Until I establish it, you can't power scale my character. And if someone tried to, I would tell them to piss off and stop trying to use my character. Now, I won't lie. If you know my script, you would know that Kimimorra is very powerful and does have a lot of impressive feats. However, you guys don't have access to my script. The only one who has access to it is me. So the only one who is aware of her powers and feat is me, except for the few times I've dropped abilities, like that one time I made that joke in Trap Nation that he has the ability to clone himself. Precisely. And if I ever get my anime made and somebody wants to use my characters in versus battles, sure. Because the lore would have been established and you would actually have feats to power scale off of. But as it stands right now, no matter how popular my character could possibly become Kimimorra, until I have established lore that you guys have public access to, you can't power scale her and you can't put her in fights. It's just not possible. That's another thing that should be a rule in the versus community. You can't use characters that have no established lore or feats. Yandere-chan should be illegal to use. Well, that certainly sucks. However, I'll have plenty of people to speak about. Because I still have plans to talk about Rolling Thunder Pursuit and Teen Gohan Fighter. Those two alone will give me plenty of content. Because you have Rolling Thunder Pursuit, who is the god of highballing, and then you have Teen Gohan Fighter, who is just a freaking lol cow. Like, he is one of the most pathetic members in the entire community. If I can ever get that Kai Council made, you can bet your ass I'd be making Teen Gohan Fighter excommunicado. He can leave with animation rewind. I mean, even Jar is a better versus debater than Teen Gohan Fighter. Jar destroyed Teen Gohan Fighter. And Jar got destroyed by Sir Splash. Sir Splash humiliated Jar. Jar is pretty low tier. Like, once he got humiliated by Sir Splash, he was exposed for not being as good of a debater as he claims to be. And if it was against Seth, it would have been way fucking worse. Trust me, I have experience debating with Seth. He can be a bit of a pain if you're not prepared, or if you're just not a good debater in general. Seth is so confident in his debate skills. He once said in his Discord, now I'm pretty sure this was a joke, but he once said that I'll debate that veganism is good. Now, I think he was just joking, but if he was being serious, that's how confident in his abilities he is. He thinks he could win a debate for being like pro-vegan or something like that, even though veganism has been established to be a joke and one of the worst diets in the history of mankind. Like, it's actually been proven that the veganism diet is actually incredibly unhealthy and dangerous for the planet. But I won't get into that here. I have plans to take on some vegan idiots someday, like Vegan Games or Rio. But that will be for another day. You were just a second too late. Vegan Gains is on my list of never go full retard episodes. Don't worry, I'll deal with Vegan Gains one of these days. I can't stand Vegan Gains. Vegan Gains is to the vegan community what Teen Gohan Fighter is to the Versus community. Like, I think I would rather be in a threesome with the Death Battle crew than ever deal with Vegan Gains. Oh, I know. That's probably why he has as much experience as he does. Like me, he's been in the community for quite some time. Because I was like in high school when Death Battle came out, and I was watching shows like Deadliest Warrior way, way before Death Battle ever came into the picture. I don't know who Mysterious is. At first, I thought you were talking about the mysterious Mr. Enter because I have no clue who Mysterious is. Maybe someday I'll consider debating Seth, if I can think of a character to debate him with. And I won't really do it to like expose Seth or anything like that, just to have a debate with him and see how our debate skills stack up. Especially if it comes to if I want to create this high council, it's going to be important to see like who gets ranked where. As confident as I am in my debate abilities and my reputation in the Versus community, I don't want to come off as arrogant. If Seth or Clyde are better Versus debaters than me, then they should be much higher in the council. Makes sense, right? However, I will say this, I have technically defeated Clyde before in debates. I once debated Clyde about, believe it or not, racism and reparations and stuff like that. Yeah. I think Clyde may not be all that there. When I was in a server before I got removed, I debated him on the Impossible Whopper. I don't know why. Reparations, and he also believed that white people have never been servants, to put it lightly, to try not to get demonetized, even though you guys know what I'm actually thinking about. Well, here's the thing. Clyde was not trying to debate me on Bleach. That's the weird part about it. Me and Clyde ended up in a debate over the Impossible Whopper, reparations, and slavery. Don't ask me how it happened. I have no clue. We were in a voice chat, and one thing just led to another. One guy admitted that he was allowing black men to do stuff with his girlfriend because of reparations. I kept saying I pray to God that this guy is joking, but Clyde was swearing that no, this guy is serious. So basically, he was being a cuck for the sake of reparations. Again, I really wanted to hope it was all just a sick joke, but I don't know if that's the case. Yes, like I said, I don't know if Clyde is all that there. He might be a good versus debater. He might be good when it comes to Bleach, but when it comes to certain real world topics, he really should just not even bother. No, it wasn't Chuck. It wasn't. God damn it! It wasn't Clyde that was being the cuck. It was someone else in the server. We were in a group voice call, and there was someone else in the server. I never caught his name because I got thrown out, and I couldn't keep track of who was who because the voice call had like 9 people in it. But yes, there was a guy in Clyde's server that was claiming to be a cuck for the sake of reparations, and he was just letting black men use his girlfriend because he felt bad for you know what. However, here's one thing I will say. I'm pretty sure I turned Clyde into a trap. Well, the thing with the Berserk universe is the story isn't finished yet. But last we checked, Guts was a lightning timer, and with the Berserker armor, he can take down Grunbeld, whose skin is stronger than steel. Yeah, I've never interacted with Chuck at all. I don't know like how me and him would interact. I know when me and Seth first started interacting with each other, it didn't go well, like at all. And my interactions with Clyde went fine for the most part, up until we got to that conversation about reparations and stuff. Then Clyde started to show he may not be smart in multiple categories. I'm pretty sure I did. Because Clyde himself, when he found out that I was a trap, he started asking me all kinds of questions. And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you might qualify for a trap, Clyde, and you would make a great trap. Like, he literally was like, oh, thank you for telling me that I'd make a great trap. I don't know if he still feels the same way, but I may or may not have turned him into a trap. Oh, he was certainly curious because I think I was one of the only traps he had ever met. The same thing happened with Seth. When Seth found out that I was an anarcho-capitalist, he became very curious, wanting to learn about my philosophy, and immediately wanted to get me in a voice call because he wanted to ask me all kinds of questions about my anarchist philosophy. And it was the same with Clyde. He was curious when he found out that I was a trap. It's possible. It's difficult to know for certain because one of my frustrations with Seth and Clyde is sometimes I can't always figure out when they're being serious or not. Like I said, when it came to that reparations thing, I thought Clyde was just trolling, but he was swearing that he was being serious. I couldn't figure out if I was being trolled or not. Because I know when I went to Seth's server, Seth most certainly tried to troll me. However, what was funny was one of the last things that was said before Seth kicked me from his server is a bunch of his own followers were saying that I destroyed him. I don't know if that's true or not because he tried to get me into a debate because I told him I thought that he was like a like 6 out of 10 YouTuber or something like that, and for some reason that triggered him. And he's like, "You debate me right now. You think I'm a bad debater?" I'm like, "I never said you were a bad debater. I just said I thought you were like an average YouTuber." And he just lost. He just went crazy. He got really super triggered. And I was busy editing a video at the time, so I didn't have time to deal with his debate. But he said, "Either debate me or I'm kicking you out of the server." Now, the frustrating part about it was a lot of the topics that Seth wanted to debate me on were topics I didn't want to debate about. Like, for example, me and Seth had a debate about abortion, though I'm very well versed on that topic. I don't like talking about it. And yeah, I really don't think that Seth should be trying to talk about real world issues either, because he's not very well versed in that either. He tried to talk gun control and abortion with me and failed miserably. Clyde tried to discuss the Impossible Whopper and reparations with me and also failed miserably. See, the thing with me is I'm more than just a versus debater. I'm a jack of all trades. I can debate many different topics. You can doubt it all you want, but it did happen. And the only thing that sucks is, like I said, Seth's server got deleted. So any evidence of these interactions is gone, sadly. But these interactions did happen. Trust me, I have no reason to lie about it. I couldn't make this shit up if I tried, believe me. I couldn't make it up if I tried. Like, I know it sounds like ridiculous me debating about the Impossible Whopper with Clyde, but that really did happen. In fact, if Seno was here, I'm pretty sure he could confirm it because he was in that voice call with me. If I had Seno here right now, he could confirm it because I believe he was there. So he can confirm that this did indeed happen. Again, I understand your skepticism. A lot of these stories do sound ridiculous, but I assure you, they did happen. Like I said, I couldn't make this up if I tried. How is this making me be more powerful? I don't get it. Like, did we just transport into a Marvel movie or something? Like, how does telling stories of debates and interactions I have with Clyde, how does that make me more powerful? Like, I hope you don't actually think that I'm a supernatural black angel IRL. Like, I hope you don't actually think that I practice literal magic. Well, which Bleach video? I'm trying to think of the Bleach video you're referencing. I might have to look it up. It's been a while since I've seen one of his videos. I'm aware of Super Eye Patch Wolf, but I haven't seen one of his videos in a long time. Mainly because YouTube's algorithm is trash and I never subscribe to him. Why? I don't know. Oh, yeah, that video. Yeah, I remember watching that video. I somewhat understand where he was coming from, and it's important to understand he was primarily talking about the anime, although I think he did talk about the manga for a little bit. But what happened to Bleach was not fully Kubo's fault. It was partially the industry's fault. The industry screwed over Kubo. This is why I'm so hard against deadlines. Like when Death Battle started implementing deadlines, I'm like, you guys are idiots. Because deadlines screwed up Bleach. So, yeah, what happened to Bleach was tragic, but it wasn't Kubo's fault. That was the fault of the industry. These industries need to realize that deadlines are inherently toxic and bad for business. Trust me, I know a thing or two about business. I study business and I'm an ANCAP. I also plan on owning my own businesses in the future. So I know a thing or two about business. I know what's good business and what's bad business. Let's see. Is there anything else I could think of to say before I start talking about the stupid rioting situation, which is just going to be upsetting? I was debating whether or not I should even talk about this topic because I know a lot of my fans were telling me they wanted to watch my videos to get away from the real world, and I completely understand. Even I'm doing everything in my power to try to ignore these riots, but it just keeps getting worse and worse. And it's getting to the point where it's getting harder and harder for me to bite my tongue. Because I'm sick and tired of people spreading all these lies about systemic racism and cops are taking out African American gentlemen merely because they don't like their hair color, in air quotes. And honestly, the way I see it, these rioters, they're morons. They're absolute effing morons. And I want to make something clear right now. I'm not talking about the protesters. I'm talking about the rioters that are burning down cities to the ground. Also, Jake Paul, as we know, being the piece of garbage that he is, partaked in these riots. Well, imagine my shock. I hate Jake Paul so much. Like, there's not a lot of people in this world I genuinely have hatred for, but Jake Paul is one of those people. I can't stand him. If I owned a Death Note, I would so write his name in it. I'll just put this here so you guys at least have something to look at. So basically, unfortunately, a gentleman died at the hands of a police officer, and BLM doing what they do best, and the mainstream media doing what they do best, threw a shit fit, and now they're burning their cities and communities down to the ground. And what's dumb is what they're doing makes no sense. They're basically just trying to destroy our civilization as we know it. They're burning down post offices, grocery stores. They're stopping firefighters from fighting fires. They're burning down places of business. Like, when this is all over, assuming they haven't been arrested, what are you going to do? Like this mentality never makes sense to me. You're upset about something, so you're going to burn down your city. Like, I joked about this last night with one of my sisters, and I told him that this would be like, oh, wait. No, it was my best friend. My bad. It was my best friend, my reverse trap friend. So we were talking about the riots yesterday, and I was saying that this would be like if me and her got upset because a trap got killed by a police officer, and we then decided to go loot a GameStop and then burn our neighborhood to the ground. Would that make any logical sense or do anything for my cause at all? No, it wouldn't. It would just make me look like a psychopath. And when this all blows over, all of these communities that have been burned down to the ground, they are going to be screwed. Because where are you going to buy your groceries? You burned your grocery store to the ground. Where are you going to go work? You burned down all the local businesses. Half of your neighborhood is on fire. Chances are these idiots probably burned down their own house. And there was this one story that was really stupid. One of my fans sent me this meme, and it was so funny. If I can find it, I'll put a screenshot up. But basically, these morons, they break into a GameStop, right? They trash the place, but get a load of this. They only stole $1.12 worth of merchandise. Give me a second. I need some memes right now to express the absurdity of this. Like, you break into a GameStop, you loot a GameStop, and you only get your hands on $1.12 worth of merchandise. How? How is that even possible? What is there at GameStop that only adds up to $1.12? How do you like I can only assume they walked up to like those little CD cases that have crappy games, and the guy probably ran out with it, and he probably pulled it out, and he's like, Ah, shit. This is brain age. Damn it. I cannot emphasize this enough. Hold on, let me get this to cooperate with me.
You serious?
These rioters are morons. Fucking morons. If you're going to loot a GameStop, at least take something. Oh, sorry. I think I may have forgot to share the audio. My bad. I think I forgot to hit share audio. That might have been why you didn't hear it. Don't worry. I'll keep it on standby because I'm probably going to need that meme a lot. Don't worry. That was my bad. I forgot to share the audio. Okay, hold on. I'm going to switch the screen share to another picture. Look at these morons. Does it look like any of these people care about justice? Do you think these people give a damn about BLM? They're just a bunch of thugs using this as an excuse to riot and get away with it. Like, wow, congratulations, you looted a Target. What have you accomplished? You know what's really sad about this? This just unironically proves the stereotype that people in the alt-right have, that gentlemen like this, I'm not even calling, I hate that I can't say the words I want to use to describe these people, but people like this just gives a stereotype that Black people are just a bunch of violent thugs. Think about it. When people like Richard Spencer see Black people, this is what they see. This. Take a good long look, BLM. The next time you see Richard Spencer and his group of dumb followers, remind yourself, this is what they see. And you have no one to blame but morons like this. Like, this is just like, I'm not Black, but if I was Black, I would be offended at these people. I would despise them with every fiber in my body. Even my best friend I mentioned, who is also Black, even she has admitted to me that she's actually ashamed of being black. Why? Because of people like this. Really think about that. Like, it's just sad. And what's even more annoying is I'm sick and tired of all the people trying to make this into a race issue. This is not a race issue. While I can agree that police brutality is an issue, believe me, if these, on some level, I can somewhat sympathize with the rioters that are rioting because they don't like the police or something like that. Of course, I'm not talking about the looters and the morons that are just using this as an excuse to steal stuff. But here's the thing. I, on some level, can sympathize with the rioters and the protesters that are mad at the police. I can. But they're not pointing their anger at the right source. If they truly cared about this, they would point their finger at the source of all of this. That being the government and the establishment media. They are the ones responsible for this. It all comes back to them. Here's a truth bomb for you. The government, they don't give a damn about you. If you think the government cares about you, you're deluded. They don't care. They would throw you under the bus if it meant they could use your corpse as an excuse to fearmonger people to give them more money and more power. Our justice system is corrupt, yes, but it's corrupt not because of systemic racism. It is because of power, but not white power. It's because of corrupt government. That is why. This all comes back to government. Now, on one hand, the rioters that are trying to take out DC, I could sympathize with them. Believe me, I want to watch DC burn. I would sit back with some popcorn and enjoy that as if it was fireworks, because the last place you want to protect is DC. DC is nothing but a cesspool of criminals, scumbags, people that are way worse than these people on screen. If you think these people are bad, the people at Washington are far worse. I remember I got into a debate with someone on Twitter. Of course, I'm suspended now, so I can't show you, sadly, which sucks. But I told this person, you want to know how to fight against police brutality? It's simple. You make the police obsolete. That's how you defeat it. Because let's make something clear right now. The only reason why we have police is because the government uses them to enforce their laws. That's all. They're not here to serve and protect as they claim. Now, they can say that all they want. And there are some police officers that would be willing to turn against their own government and side with the people. And those are the type of people I would respect, but not the government lapdogs. See, I think that calling cops pigs is stupid. I give them a more proper name. Dogs. That's what police are. They're nothing but a bunch of dogs. A wise man once said, those who would give up essential liberties for temporary security deserve neither freedom nor security. A government that is powerful enough to give you everything is powerful enough to take it all away from you. Now, make no mistake, I think police brutality is an issue. I think anytime someone innocent dies at the hands of police, I think it's a tragedy. However, here's the difference between me and these BLM people. I don't care about skin color. I really don't. Your skin color is meaningless to me. Because your skin color should be no more relevant than your hair or eye color. This would be like me discriminating against someone because they have a hair color I don't like. Do you not realize how absurd that is? Now apply that same logic to skin color, and you understand how much of a joke it all is. And if you honestly believe that police officers are going around taking out people simply for their skin color, you are deluded. And you have fallen victim to the mainstream brainwashing machine. The mainstream media will never, ever tell you when Black people, Japanese people, or Hispanics are unjustly taken out by police. They will never tell you about those stories because it doesn't fit their narrative. See, what the mainstream media wants is a narrative of racism, a racist country. Why do you think they manufacture racism? Jussie Smollett is a simple example of this. He manufactured racism. If this country is so racist, why would he have to lie about a hate crime? If this country was racist, shouldn't he have gotten beaten up as soon as he left his house every day? Like, I wish people like what's the name of that baseball player? It's on tip of my tongue. Jackie Robinson and MLK were alive today. They would be ashamed of this travesty. There is no way they would support this. Here's another thing they won't tell you. Martin Luther King's son, in the most intellectually dishonest way possible, said that Martin Luther King said that riots were the voices of the unheard. But here's the problem with that. He's leaving out context, because Martin Luther King also said that riots are self-defeating. And they are. These rioters are doing nothing for their cause, in air quotes, and their rage is heavily misplaced. Again, if you honestly believe this is all because of racism, you're a fool. And you're just another pawn in the government's game of 4D chess. And I will never be a pawn to that system. So here's what you want to do. You want to stop police brutality? Here's how you do it. Number one, get rid of gun laws, because an armed society is a polite society. Here's another thing the mainstream media won't show you. There are parts of the country where armed citizens are protecting their own businesses with guns. And yes, there were pictures of Black people protecting their own businesses with guns. Why is that? Because as we anarchists have been saying for many, many years, an armed society is a polite society. No one would dare mess with you if it meant being turned into Swiss cheese. Let the people be armed. Let them form militias. Let them protect their own businesses, their own families. Then you will slowly phase out the usefulness of police. Because first off, police are not useful. The average police response time is 10 to 15 minutes. When seconds count, the police are minutes away. The only thing the police are good for is outlining your body in chalk. If you ever see a police officer, don't assume they are there to protect you. They're not. In fact, here's another funny thing about it. Undercover police officers have been seen posing as rioters. Bricks have been conveniently stacked outside of businesses that are not under construction. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because all of this is a setup. All of this is being controlled. You really think the government would lose control of this? They know what they're doing. They are controlling these riots. These people have been controlled from the very beginning. This is all controlled chaos. If these people honestly believe they're resisting anything, they're not. They're playing straight into the system's hands. If they truly cared, they would march straight down to Washington and they would burn that to ash. Also, here's another thing. I'm so glad you mentioned the coronavirus. This gives me a perfect chance to segue. And I probably just got myself demonetized. Hopefully, okay. So basically, right now, a bunch of scientists have gotten together and said that the C virus, which, by the way, I'm talking about Resident Evil, of course, the famous C virus from Resident Evil, it only has a 0.2% mortality rate. I mean, death rate. So that means that all the deaths that have been caused by the C virus from Resident Evil are exaggerated, and these numbers are impossible if its death rate is only 0.2%. You have a more likely chance of dying in a car accident. And it's funny how these riots and this controversy started happening right around the time that information got released. Have you also noticed that a lot of the mainstream media outlets are not covering the C virus like they were? It's because they're realizing they're losing control of the narrative, and they can't lie about this any longer. So they need to manufacture a distraction. And good old manufactured racism never fails them, and they know it because people are dumb enough to believe that this country is racist. But here's something I would like to ask. If this country is racist, why is America known as the melting pot of cultures? If America is racist, why is one of the richest women on the planet a black woman? If this country is racist, why do we care more about minorities than white people? If this country is racist, why are programs that are set in place to help minorities exist? Logically, if this country was racist, those systems would not exist. Like, here's a thing. China, they actually are racist against black people. Why? I don't know. They are for some reason. It's really weird. But you won't see any of these BLM people that claim to hate racism. You'll never see them call out China. They only care if it's America because they want to be able to what's the phrase I'm looking for? It's on my tongue. Oh, yeah. They want to be able to race bait. They want to use this as a way to gain more power. They want to gain more privileges, get more special treatment. That's all this is. For these people, it's a power grab. They think that equality is a zero-sum game. They think the only way to bring up one race is to tear down another race. And what really, really annoys me is people like this. I want to show you guys something. I had an interaction with another YouTuber on YouTube earlier, and I want to use this stream as an opportunity to call this guy out. If he's watching this for whatever reason, I hope you see this. Give me a second to pull it up. I got to pull up the community tab. Here we go. So I ended up seeing something from a YouTuber called Noble Lucy. Why he calls himself that, I don't know, because it's a guy and it's not a trap. I don't know. So as you can see here, I watched this guy's video on Yandere Simulator, and YouTube's algorithm, being brilliant, decided to start spamming me with his stuff, even though I only watched one video. So here we go. With all the violence and rioting happening, I just want to say that America has a fucked up president and fucked up police. But I know not all police are bad, but you have the one that'll find any excuse to just clobber someone in the back of the head for no reason. To all my American friends and loved ones, be safe. And to all the racists in America, F off, and sincerely, go F yourself. What a charming individual. But wait, there's more. So I ended up calling him out. And here we go right here. I've typed this. If you truly believe that lives matter, that means every life matters. Where's the outrage for the innocent lives being slaughtered by cartels in Mexico? Where's their justice and the outrage? What about the people in Hong Kong that want their freedom being shot down by the Chinese government? Where's their justice and the outrage? What about the people in North Korea? They're getting thrown in prison. I got to fix that typo. My autocorrect can be a real pain. They are getting, let's see, oh, I think I lost my place. Okay, they're getting thrown in prison or executed for speaking their mind. Where's their justice or the outrage? What about all the people killed by the ICIC? Where's their justice and the outrage? Don't their lives matter? Where's the justice for my uncle that was tortured and starved to death in North Korea? There is a lot of injustice in the world, and nobody says a word. They only pretend to care so to stay, God damn it. So stand against all of it or none of it. But don't say Black Lives Matter because every life matters. I've said my piece. I want you to understand there is injustice in the world. It's not only one man being killed by 4 dirty cops. It's rioters destroying people's property and taking innocent lives. This is just some of the examples. I could go on. And how does he respond? Please do, because it's obviously not getting through your skull. Wow, way to miss the point. Are beyond close-minded. And here's the really rich part about it. He doesn't live in the US. And here's another thing I said. You are so misguided. You have no clue what you're talking about. So why are you getting on your soapbox and opening your mouth when you don't even know what the hell you're talking about? You honestly think that this is because of racism? Are you honestly that deluded? This is not a race issue, no matter how much the media wants to make it so. You know how non-racist our country is? Our own media or people within our country have to manufacture fake racism. And what's his response? Please shut the fuck up. Thank you. You are spreading lies. Is racist. You don't point your finger at the actual problem. I type way too fast. And probably what's most annoying about this guy is, like I said, he made a video about Yandere Simulator, and he criticized Yandere Dev for blocking people, banning people, and being disrespectful to people who disagree with him or criticize him. Yet what is the first thing he does when people criticize or disagree with him? He curses them out. He is rude. This right here is somebody who doesn't have a clue in their head. They just parrot what they've heard from the media. This guy doesn't even live in this country. How can he possibly understand the inner workings of a country he doesn't understand? This would be like me trying to understand Japan. I don't understand the inner workings of Japan. Someone like Joey, aka the anime man, would know far more about Japan than I ever could. This guy is a massive hypocrite. He will demonize yandere dev, but he does the exact same thing. He won't take any accountability. He just tells me to F off. This is what intellectual dishonesty looks like. Nothing I said was technically wrong. I wasn't even rude about it. Yeah, I called him delusional and deluded, but it wasn't because I was being an a-hole. It's because he was actually being delusional. He was speaking from ignorance. He's believing a fabricated reality made by the media. And yet he's getting on his soapbox. And what drives me nuts is this guy has like 10 times the subscribers I will. He has an audience. And his audience will most likely believe what he says. Because that's just unfortunately how it works. YouTubers are going to inevitably get those fans that are going to agree with them no matter what. And this is why I say, I don't want my fans to blindly agree with everything I say. If I say something that's incorrect, I expect them to correct me. Because I respect my audience enough to do that. It's not a video. This is on his community tab. You know, the thing I use to post updates about what's going on behind the scenes. This is in his community tab. I can get you guys a link if you want. Like, this guy is just a hypocrite. I was not rude. I just spoke my mind. Now, here's the thing. He's free to believe whatever he wants. He really can. I'm not going to force him to believe what I believe. If he wants to live in ignorance, that's fine. After all, ignorance is bliss. I get it. There are some people out there that would rather live in blissful ignorance than the harsh truth. There are people out there that would rather hear blissful lies than the harsh truth, because the truth is not easy for people to hear. All of this is just extremely frustrating. And if these rioters keep getting their way, they may destroy our entire known civilization. Because what they want is anarchy. They want to just burn everything to the ground, but they don't want to replace it with anything new. These morons make some of the dumbest excuses I've ever heard. They have insurance. Who cares if we burn down retail stores? Oh, they're rich. No, that's not how this works. Our civilization is very complex. For example, these people that are trying to stop Amazon trucks, we depend on a very complicated system of delivery. Most farms are miles upon miles, sometimes in completely different states. If you destroy the fragile supply chain of our country, you kill us all. They won't be able to get supplies to us. And we will all die. Because here's the thing most people don't know. Cities only carry 3 days worth of supplies. That's why in an apocalypse, the city is the worst place to be at. Because not only will it be looted, but chances are what little supplies are there will be gone. Things in our country aren't like how it was in the 17 and 1800s, where we had more localized communities, where communities lived near their farms. They took care of each other. They formed their own little militias to protect each other. Nowadays, we have a more complicated system because it's what we sacrifice for the conveniences that we take for granted every single day. But these people are so stupid, they can't comprehend that. And it's frustrating. This whole fuck companies mentality needs to end. Because there's a reason why I went so hard against Jim Sterling. Because it's his same mentality that people adopt. That businesses don't matter. Businesses only want to make your life a living hell. Even though it's these same businesses we rely on for supplies. And you don't get to just say, well, they deserve to be burned down because they're rich or have insurance. That's not a valid excuse. All right, I'll take a look at it. And again, his garbage got over 600 likes. If it's the right skin color. Okay, let's see if I can find this comment. This may take a little bit. Ooh, burn. Exactly. Getting political is dangerous. Let's see if you gave a response. This should be good. The President of the United States is a fucking idiot. Response. Really shows how smart you are. Sure, he has the right to, but there will be consequences. God damn it. I got to get better at typing. Like, just look at this guy. All he can do is curse people out. Is that all you can do? Curse people out? Throw ad hominems? God damn it. Ad hominem. Okay, how is this misspelled? Is this really not in my dictionary? What the hell? Exactly. No one said he isn't, but it's not a good strategy to do so. Yay, more attacks. Because they call you out. You out for the close-minded fool you are. This guy is not very smart, and I'm glad I came across this guy because it gives me a chance to expose him. Like, this guy is just ridiculous. I'm sure you saw the comment. Also, I couldn't find your comments for some reason. Yep, pretty much. And it's funny because, again, check out his Yandere simulator video. He calls out Yandere dev for having a fragile ego, but he also has a fragile ego. It's just so beautiful at how much of a hypocrite this moron is. Like, anyone who is watching this stream, never forget this YouTuber's name, Noble Lucy. If you ever come across his videos and think he's a smart guy that does his research, he's not. He's just another close-minded fool with a fragile ego. And I hope he loses views and subscribers because he has now shown his true colors. These riots, these protests, and this whole situation has exposed people for who they truly are. And I acknowledge I'm playing a dangerous game by talking politics, which is why I wanted to avoid talking about the riots. But I guess it's kind, like I said, it's getting kind of harder and harder to bite my tongue because there's just so much misinformation and so many people are lying and just going around attacking people's characters. And I'm not trying to get on here on my soapbox and try to make myself look like a morally superior person. I'm just simply speaking my mind. I'm speaking what I firmly believe is the truth. Now, anyone here who's watching, you're free to disagree with me. I've said it multiple times before. I don't mind people that disagree with me. In fact, I like people who disagree with me because then it means we can have a discussion. We can have a discourse. It's much better to be around people that disagree with you than people that just mindlessly suck your D all day. I'm not a big fan of yes men. So you're free to disagree with me if you think that what I'm saying is wrong. But if you want to know how to stop police brutality, here's how to do it. Number one, simplify the law. Right now, there are too many laws and regulations. Some of them are outright pointless. I talked about this in another live stream about 50 dumb laws in America. And it ranged from stuff like in Boise, Idaho, it's illegal to fish whilst riding a giraffe. In Arizona, it's illegal to own more than one adult toy. In what was it? In Wisconsin, it's illegal to sleep in a cheese factory. In Washington, it's illegal to commit any crime unless you contact the chief of police before doing so. I can keep going. There are too many laws, too many victimless crimes. See, here's the harsh reality. The law doesn't stop criminals. It creates criminals. The government actively creates criminals every single day. There are 80,000 pages of regulation. How can you claim to be free? Do you know it's illegal to collect rainwater? You can't even go hunting without a license. Again, I can keep going. The law must be simplified. The less laws there are, the less need for police presence. Also, the war on drugs needs to end. I may not be a big drug guy myself. However, if someone wants to grow weed in their backyard and sell it, I don't care. Let them do it. It's their freedom to do so. If they're not hurting anyone, what's the problem? Same with, let's see, how should I phrase this in a way that won't get me demonetized? Let's see, lewd workers that use their body as a means of production. If they're not hurting anyone or spreading diseases, please explain to me, what is the problem? Why should that be illegal? Why should someone go to jail for having half an ounce of weed on them? Tell me, how is it fair that 86% of the U.S. prison population is in there for victimless crimes? 86% of people in prison shouldn't be there. How does that make you feel? Knowing that hundreds of thousands of innocent people are locked up for a victimless crime, a crime that hurt absolutely no one. How does that feel? And yet you think this country is just, it's free? You're deluded if you believe that. Again, another way you fight against police brutality is to make the police irrelevant. For example, here's something the mainstream media will never tell you. Did you know that private security is 2 times cheaper and 2 times more effective than actual police officers? Do you know why this is? It's because unlike police officers, private security are always patrolling the area. They're always in the area ready to save your life. They're not 10 miles away giving someone a parking ticket. Once again, Government does not stop criminals. It creates them. You know why? Because the government itself is a criminal organization. Think about the mafia and then think about the government. Tell me, how is what the government does any different than the mafia? I always ask people that question. They rarely ever have a response. So if you want to defeat police brutality, that's how you do it. And those are actual solutions that will stop police brutality. Not going around chanting for pigs in a blanket. Not going around bitching about nonsensical oxymoron concepts like systemic racism or white privilege. These rioters and these protesters, while I won't say all of them are this way, but I would say at least a great deal of them, their anger is misplaced. And they're doing nothing but playing into the system's hand. And this will continue. All of this racism is manufactured. It's not real. And here's another truth bomb for you. Governments all over the world have taken out over 250 million people in acts of democide. Let that sink in. There is nothing more frightening than the phrase, "I am the government and I'm here to help." If you hear those words, you should be afraid. The government is not benevolent. It's filled with corruption and scumbags that can break the law and get away with it. But if you or I ever did what politicians did, we would be locked up in a cage like an animal. Another thing that must be done, we must stop with this concept of racism. We need to stop being tribalistic. We need to stop seeing people for their skin color. As a wise man once said, I believe in a future where my children will be judged by the content of their character and not their skin color. So tell me, what does the content of the character of these rioters say about them? It says much, much more than their skin color ever could. Because at the end of the day, skin color is meaningless. My skin color tells you all nothing about me. Your skin colors tell me nothing about you. It's as meaningless as our hair color. Look at your hair right now, and then understand how meaningless skin color is. When someone gets taken out by the police, you should not say, "Oh no, another black man was taken out by the police." No, you should be outraged that a human life was lost at the hands of police. because that's what matters at the end of the day. It's a human life that was lost. The skin color doesn't matter. Again, it's as irrelevant as their hair color. We need to move beyond this tribalistic mindset. Probably. But I'm not going to lie, Hunter has a long way to go. While he is smart in some areas, he is incompetent in other areas. Because he's not willing to take that one step forward and just realize that government is just screwed. Because here's the thing, he's slowly getting there. He recently made a video talking about how the two-party system is useless. It's doing our country no good. It just divides us against one another. The two-party system is no different than two sports teams competing against each other. We're not judging these politicians based on who's right for the job. No, we're simply rooting for our favorite team. That's not how things should be, especially when we're talking about a beast-like government that has a higher body count than any mass shooter could ever dream of. If Hunter would be willing to just take that one final step forward into anarchism, then he would finally be able to see the truth. He's so close to getting there. I always tell people, there's a reason why I'm an anarchist. And another thing that's ticking me off is all these people on Fox News and CNN that are calling these rioters anarchists. They are not anarchists. These people don't know what anarchism is. Anarchism is the advocacy and abolishment of government without the use of violence. The word they're looking for is revolution. This is revolution, not anarchism. Anarchists don't believe in violence. For example, I'm a pacifist. I don't believe in violence. I will not hit you unless you try to hit me. I will not hurt you in any way unless you decide to hurt another person, because that's self-defense. One of the reasons why I made my channel is so I can help people understand the truth. Now, I'm not going to act like I'm the smartest person on the planet. I'm not going to act like I have all the answers, because I don't. However, I do see the world for what it is. And I do speak the truth even when it's inconvenient for people. Because while it may not be easy to hear the truth will always set you free rather than living in blissful ignorance. Another thing I would recommend is buy yourself a means to protect you and your family. I believe all citizens should be armed, because you can't trust a beast-like government to protect you with their lapdogs. I may not be a big gun person. I've always been more of a ancient weapons enthusiast. I prefer swords over guns. Maybe someday I'll make a video called why I think swords are better than guns. I've been thinking about making a video of that someday, but that will be possibly for the future. But I would recommend buying a means to protect yourself. Most importantly, a gun. There is nothing governments fear more than an armed populace. For example, do you know that, let's see, how do I say this without trying to get demonetized? Do you know that a very, very special gentleman with a very, very special mustache famously stated that the best way to conquer a nation is by disarming its populace? Now, why would fascist dictators or governments want the people to be disarmed? I wonder why. See, if you truly care about your family and your safety, you would arm up and protect yourself. And I'm not saying this to fearmonger, nor am I doing this because I'm trying to promote NRA propaganda. Again, I'm not a gun person. I don't subscribe to the NRA. I don't like guns. I just dislike guns for different reasons than why Democrats hate guns. However, I understand that guns are the ultimate equalizer. They're the best defense you have against people who threaten your freedoms and your family. You deserve safety. Your family deserves safety. And the police cannot guarantee you safety. If you truly want safety, you would arm up and make a militia to protect your neighborhood, your family, your friends. There's a reason the government wants gun control laws. They want us all disarmed and helpless at their feet. I firmly believe that it is, at least in regards to some areas. But I'll possibly get into that another time. I won't deny that technically the gun is more powerful than the sword, but I firmly believe that the sword is still superior than the gun. And I do have actual logical reasons for it. And you may or may not agree with them. Maybe if we have time after this segment, maybe we can take a little bit of time to talk about the sword versus the gun. I wouldn't mind that. Crossbows are fine. In fact, I would actually argue that in many ways, crossbows are more useful than guns as well. In fact, I've actually been considering buying one myself. The only issue is the godforsaken state I live in requires you to have a permit to own a crossbow, which is just really stupid. Now, here's my reasons for why I think crossbows are better than guns. Number one, unlike guns, crossbows are silent. Crossbows don't make noise. So you could actually be stealthy with a crossbow. I remember when I played Far Cry 4, one of my favorite weapons was the crossbow that it had in the game, because it allowed me to be stealthy. And I could just run into outposts and just annihilate people with arrows. And the best part is you can recover your ammo. If you can locate where your arrow went, you can pull it out and continue to use it. Also, you can make things like explosive and fire arrows. So yeah, crossbows are very useful. Just because it's primitive doesn't mean it's not useful. The knife, for example, is one of the most primitive tools I could possibly think of. And yet the knife is considered one of the most useful things in history. In fact, most survivalists will tell you one of the best things you could have with you if you're trapped in the middle of nowhere or on a desert island is a knife. I even own a knife, and I rarely ever leave my house without it. I keep it hidden in my purse, or sometimes I keep it strapped to me because it has a clip. And don't underestimate the sword. The sword is also useful for reasons that I stated, similar to the crossbow. The sword is silent. You don't have to reload it. And you can use it for as long as your stamina lasts. Also, swords are more complex and require more skill than a gun. Also, here's another beautiful thing about the sword. Even if the sword breaks, you can still use it as a weapon. Whereas if your gun jams or is broken, you're SOL. But with a sword, even if the blade breaks, you can still shank someone with it or cut them, even if it's broken, as long as a piece of the blade is still intact. Oh yes, everyone owns a knife. Well, except maybe people in the UK because they're trying to ban knives. Also, fun fact, knives kill more people than the big, scary AR-15. Knives are actually more lethal than those so-called assault rifles. Because, contrary to popular belief, the AR was not designed to kill. It was designed to incapacitate. It was designed to be able to take out multiple targets at once without taking their life. That's why they're not as lethal as people think that they are, because that's not what they were designed for. I own one as well. The only problem is the blade is dull. I need to get a sharpener for it. I've been meaning to buy one. The problem is I don't have much money on me right now. I only have like $80 in my bank account right now. Hopefully that'll change when I start getting paid by YouTube. I can't even claim the donations from some of my generous fans because I got to cross that $100 threshold before I can claim them, which is just really stupid. It also sucks because I have my eye on this machete I really want to get. It's called, I hope I pronounce this right. It's called the Corkil. I'm probably going to butcher the name of it, but it's a really cool machete. If you've seen Resident Evil Extinction, it was the same machetes that Alice used. I've always wanted to get my hands on one of those, and I found one for a decent price, and I'd really like to get it. One thing I've always wanted to do is start a sword collection. But sadly, I don't make enough money to be able to buy swords. I can barely buy more than one game a month. Like more times than not, I can buy like maybe 2 or 3 games a year. Now, my hope is that will change once I start getting paid by YouTube and once more people start checking out my merch store. In fact, now that I think about it, I want to show you guys something. I added new merchandise to the store. If you guys want, I can show you. Because not too long ago, I posted on my Discord that I sold my first t-shirt, which I'm very excited about. Let me get the screen share going a minute. Here we go. So this is my merch store, and I have all kinds of cool stuff. I have this lovely Frappuccino mug. The design was made by this lovely little girl. It's a neat little mug. Like, if you're like a really big mug enthusiast or collector, I think you would love this. If you also remember, this was a meme that was in one of my meme compilations. Oh, yes, I have a merch store. I'm going to try to start advertising my merch store more often on my channel, and I usually leave links for it because now I can leave links in the end screen. Let's see what else we have here. I got all kinds of goodies on here for you guys. Let's see. We have this lovely Trap Nation shirt. Now, I'll admit some of these designs don't look the best, as some of these were made when I was still an amateur in graphic design, but I've slowly been getting better over time. But here's a nice little shirt. Show your support for Trap Nation. Support the inevitable trap takeover. Protect your heterosexualities because we're coming for you. Yeah, I got a lot of shirts on here. I got this one, Bros Before Hoes, something I think we can all agree on. We also have this shirt with our beloved queen, Astolfo. Well, given that you're one of my sisters, I think that was pretty clear. I'm guessing we should start calling you Michelle. We also have a case for your Samsung phone, and I believe there's one for an iPhone here as well. And we have another mug here. It's a Trap mug. I'm going to try to make a lot of mugs so I can hear people say that they have a Trap mug collection. I'm just working on a design for a new mug. I tried working on one last night, but I couldn't get the design to cooperate with me. But so far, this is my second mug. And I think it came out pretty good. Now, let me show you some of the new stuff that I put on here last night. Lol. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, we also have a It's a Trap sticker. And this was the t-shirt I mentioned that I sold. This is one of the better design shirts I have. I'm pretty sure this one will probably be a bestseller. I'm hoping I'll be able to sell more merch, and this is just the beginning. I have plans for all kinds of merchandise. For example, I've been trying to get posters made, but I've been having issues working out the dimensions of the poster. I'm working on getting that figured out. And here is one I made for Thanksgiving. This was my Thanksgiving special that I made. And this one was cut. The whole design was custom made by me. The only thing that wasn't custom made was the characters. But this one is pretty self-explanatory. Happy Thanksgiving. Would you like the white meat or the dark meat? Oh, I know what my audience wants, and I'm going to give it to them. Like, I remember I saw this as a meme one time, and I thought, oh my God, I have the perfect idea. Because I saw a meme around Thanksgiving time, and I thought this would be brilliant for a Thanksgiving shirt. So I bet if you buy this shirt and you wear it on Thanksgiving, you'll definitely be the talk, the whole life of the party. You will be the main event at the dinner table. I can assure you that. Datara most likely gets slaughtered because Datara is not really all that powerful. He's like barely even town level. Oh yeah, I also made an attempt at socks. I don't know if they came out very well though. And here's the new stuff that was added. More stickers. This time of Kimimorra, my character. So you got all these neat stickers that you could plaster all over something. I don't know, a journal or something. So yeah, I'm going to try to have more added. I'm also making plans for some Death Battle merch stuff since I review Death Battle a lot. I have plans for a shirt. It's going to say, did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? And I'm going to try to put like some kind of like design of like something Death Battle themed. I haven't quite figured it out yet. Like, it might be something of like Wiz and Boomstick saying something stupid or something, or maybe a Death Battle meme. I don't know. I haven't quite worked out a design yet. So yeah, that's my merch store. Anyone who is interested, I will leave a link in the chat for you guys, and I always have a link for this on my YouTube channel as well. So go check that out if you're interested. I promise you will not regret it. And here's another thing I want to say. If you ever wanted to send in a design for merchandise of like a t-shirt or something, please send it my way. And if it's good enough to be a good design for the merch store, I will send a free t-shirt or whatever that is to that individual as a show of thanks. Oh, yes, I already have plans for Blood Royale merchandise. That will be coming soon as well. I've been working on a template and a logo. I'm also working on a good catchphrase for Blood Royale. Because Death Battle has their cringy, it's time for a death battle. Well, since I plan on doing everything better than Death Battle, I'm trying to come up with a better one. At first, I was thinking of there can be only one, but I wasn't sure that would be a good catchphrase. Plus, that's technically from the Highlander, so I don't think that would work very well. So I'm also working on a good catchphrase for Blood Royale. So yeah, there's a ton of merchandise coming, and there's going to be a lot of Blood Royale merch coming. The reason why I haven't made any yet is because I don't want to jump the shark. I want to get at least 1 or 2 episodes of Blood Royale first and establish it before I start making merchandise. I don't want to be like Yandere Dev, where I make merchandise for something that isn't even complete yet or isn't even out yet, you know? I don't want to be like that moron. Like I said, I want to be a good business person. I don't want to make stupid decisions. So the Blood Royale merch may not be coming until at least Simon versus Ghost Rider is complete. Oh no. Voss is actually a really good villain. In fact, if you look a little deeper into it, Far Cry has a pretty compelling narrative. There's this really good video out there called Far Cry 3, The Symmetry Theory. And it breaks down Voss and Jason as a character and goes about the underlying themes of Far Cry 3. A lot of people like to shit on the story of Far Cry, but Far Cry 3, honestly, has a pretty good story with some really good characters. Like, even people like to shit on Jason Brody, but Jason Brody has a pretty compelling character arc, and he's a pretty relatable character. Like, a lot of people like to laugh him off as, oh, Jason is a rich kid. I can't relate to that. But you can relate to his desire of not knowing who he is and wanting to find out who he is, which is a main motif throughout all of Far Cry 3. And Voss's line is iconic. That's why I use it all the time for Death Battle, because it fits the situation perfectly. And with people like Fan War, it's becoming even more true. I honestly believe that the people who make these shows honestly don't understand the definition of insanity. I might possibly have a Far Cry character show up on Blood Royale. I'm not certain. I'd have to sort that out. Yeah, that makes no sense. That's what happens when you do approximately zero research and you don't understand how to power scale. I think I went through all of my topics. I'm not sure if I can think of anything else to talk about. And I really, really hope I didn't get this stream demonetized. I'll be very sad if it is. But lately, I've been getting a lot of videos demonetized for reasons that are beyond my comprehension. For example, they demonetized my video as Stolfo responds to the pink pillars. Why? I have no clue. They demonetized one of the episodes of my Christmas special, 12 Days of Death. They demonetized the one where I reviewed Dara versus Toph, Ace versus Natsu, and all that. Yeah, that got demonetized. Why? I don't know. They tried to demonetize Yang versus Tifa, but I fought really hard to get it monetized. And I'm also fighting really hard to get my most viewed video monetized. Because many of you may not know this, or maybe you do, but if you search trap memes in YouTube, my volume 1 of trap memes is the #1 search result. I beat YouTube's algorithm and got a video to the top of their one of their algorithms. That video has like over 25,000 views. It's crazy how much that video is blowing up. I've tried several times to recreate the success of that first volume, but I haven't been able to do it. I don't know what it is about that first volume of trap memes. I don't know what I did, but I just haven't been able to. I guess there was just some magic going on with that first volume that I haven't been able to recapture yet. It's crazy. I wish I could find a way to tap into that magic once again. But I've made like I think like 11 volumes of trap memes, and I haven't been able to recreate that success. I'm thinking about planning, similar to what I did with Felix. I'm thinking about doing a Astolfo, just a compilation of Astolfo memes. I think that might possibly go over very well, but I'm not certain. I certainly have plenty of Astolfo memes and footage. So yeah, I'm so close to getting that video I'm so close to getting that video monetized. So close. I'm going to continue to fight against YouTube. No matter how much YouTube tries to screw me over, I'm far too stubborn to go down without a fight. Yeah, he is. Never take Captain Underpants seriously in a death battle. Also, even when I do joke blood royales, I'm not going to do it in the way that Death Battle or Animation Rewind likes to do joke death battles. For example, I already have plans for a joke blood royale in season 1. And I think you all will really love what I have planned. It's not going to be your typical joke death battle. You better be ready because it's going to be fucking nuts. And that's actually a little hint as to what the Blood Royale is going to be. So remember my usage of saying it's going to be nuts. If anyone here can guess what it is, I'll be surprised. Maybe I'll give anyone. Maybe I'll send someone a prize for anyone who can figure that out. Nope, but I will say this, one last hint. It does involve cross-dressing. While I have been trying to work out a trapped blood royale, I haven't figured that out yet. I've been trying to figure it out. I've been looking for opponents for Astolfo, Bridget, and a couple others, but I haven't gotten anything yet. But it will involve cross-dressing. Also, it will be a very lewd battle. Nope, not Bugs Bunny. I don't think I'll ever do Bugs Bunny. He's too powerful. At this point in time, I have no plans for Bugs Bunny. Yet, at least. Also, Bugs Bunny is what you would expect from someone like Death Battle or Animation Rewind. I am doing something different from what they're doing. What does this have to do with cross-dressing, nuts, and being lewd? Just saying. Also, if you're asking if I'll ever do that Blood Royale and I just misread that, I don't know. Because I would have to figure out how to implement a wrestler into a Blood Royale type situation. Possibly, but at the moment, I don't have a opponent for him yet. Don't get me wrong, I would love to have Aizen on Blood Royale. Aizen is just a total Chad. There's no way around it. He's one of the smartest anime characters and one of the greatest villains ever written. I would want nothing more than to have Aizen on Blood Royale. I just have to find an opponent for him. I thought about Astolfo versus Felix, but there was a problem with that. While Felix does have some pretty neat abilities, Felix, believe it or not, is actually just a human being. Like, he's not any kind of like special hybrid creature or anything like that. He's just a human. And he doesn't really have a whole bunch of impressive feats. He does have some useful abilities, but that's about it. Realistically, if Astolfo so much as punched him, he would break every bone in his body and probably kill him. So yeah, while Astolfo versus Felix may sound like a fun idea, the problem is Felix is too weak. Unless that changes in some of the newer seasons of ReZero, hopefully they'll give Felix some more screen time. As it stands right now, Felix is far too weak, and simply one hit from Astolfo would be enough to take him out. FTL Plus is a low ball. FTL Plus is as fast as Scialopero or Aranjero. He's massively faster than light. He was able to speed blitz Hollow Mask Ichigo. Who was barely able to keep up with Ukiura, who is hundreds of times faster than light. And no, I'm not doing Ghost Rider versus Spawn. I've made it clear multiple times, and I even have a trailer up that I'm doing Ghost Rider versus Simon Belmont. And I'm probably not going to bring back Ghost Rider. While in every single next season, there will be an episode where I bring back some of the victors of season 1 to fight against some of each other. I'm probably not ever going to bring back Ghost Rider because he's far too powerful. There's not a lot of opponents out there that can take on the Ghost Rider. No, Scialopero is not a trap or a femboy. He is the embodiment of... What he is he's the embodiment of madness, and his Zanpakuto's name is literally called We All Fornicate. The reason why Scialopero is so weird is because he's the embodiment of madness. Why do I find it so cute that one of my fans is naive when it comes to this word? I don't know why I find that cute. No. I've seen people suggest Naruto versus Luke Skywalker before, and the reasons are stupid. Also, depending on which version of Luke Skywalker you use, chances are Naruto is completely boned. Remember, Luke Skywalker is the Jedi that can literally wield hundreds of lightsabers at once. You won't see this in the Disney movies, but in the expanded universe, Luke Skywalker was incredibly overpowered. He was a force to be reckoned with. Like, he literally can pull a Sora and just whip out multiple lightsabers to take you out at once, like how Sora can wield multiple Keyblades at once. And I'm thinking about doing Link versus Sora because people have wanted to see Link versus Sora for a long time and nobody ever did it. So I might possibly do it because as overpowered as Link is, and I have mentioned in my review of Link versus Cloud, Link is incredibly overpowered, but so is Sora. I think Sora could possibly be a decent opponent for Link, but I have to make sure he's compatible because Sora is ridiculously overpowered. Sora's able to completely spite, and I mean absolutely decimate Sephiroth. And Sephiroth is the guy that can decimate an entire solar system. However, make no mistake, Link is equally as powerful. And no matter what, his arsenal has something he can use to counter Sora in some way. Link at the very lowest is greater than moon level because he was able to defeat Majora, who's strong enough to casually drop a moon. And if he's wearing the Fierce Deity's mask, he's so powerful that Majora is helpless before his power. Bad matchup. Dr. Doom is far too powerful. You might want to think hard about that one. No pun intended, wink. But Beelzemon is ridiculously broken. Like he's Ghost Rider levels of broken. You might want to check up on Beelzemon before you throw someone like Devilman against him, unless Devilman is as overpowered as Beelzemon. I already have plans for Albert Wesker. I won't say who he's fighting, but Albert Wesker will be in Season 1. I already have an opponent for Wesker. In fact, if I could, depending on what kind of budget I have, I might possibly see if I can get a hold of Sean Roberts and see if he will voice Wesker for me. Because I still love Sean Roberts as Albert Wesker, and I like him much better as Albert Wesker than that psychopath, lunatic, degenerate DC Douglas. Maybe. My hair is starting to get really long, but it's not getting long in the right places. But I guess in all seriousness, a couple of you did get it right. I have spoke about doing Alucard versus Albert Wesker for a long time. And there's actually a little bit of a backstory to why I want to do it. It's because I want to pay homage to Deadliest Warrior, one of the shows responsible for making the Versus community what it is now. And I remember one of their final episodes of season 3 was Vampires versus Zombies. It was amazing. And I want to review it someday. I'm going to find a way to do Deadliest Warrior reviews. I just got to figure out how to do it without getting in trouble with Spike. And I will really want to talk about Vampires versus Zombies someday because that was awesome. Like Death Battle, take notes. You claim to have been inspired by Deadliest Warrior. Maybe you should take notes from them. I know I am. But yeah, so I want to pay homage to it by doing Vampires versus Zombies again, but with possibly the two most famous vampire and zombies of all time. Now, sure, I won't say that Albert Wesker and Alucard are representative of the most powerful zombie and vampire characters, but they are certainly two of the most famous and iconic. And I think it would be epic to see Vampires versus Zombies again, but with Alucard and Wesker, and a way to pay homage to Deadliest Warrior, and sadly the crew member of Deadliest Warrior that died, which led to them having to cancel the show, may he rest in peace. You will always be missed, and Deadliest Warrior was an awesome show. It's sad to think about what could have been if things played out differently. I'll think of something to do with him. It's just that I have to find an opponent for him. See, it takes a long time for me to come up with death battle matchups because I like to take my time. I like to plan them out. I utilize the rules and steps I mentioned in my video, how to make a good death battle matchup. So that's why it takes me a really long time to come up with ideas, because I want to make sure they're good. Yeah, don't even bother. You're not the only one who's thought of that. The only reason why I mentioned that is because a fan of mine has been saying he wants to do Beelzemon versus Ghost Rider, and I explained to him that's a bad idea. Don't even bother. Beelzemon versus Ghost Rider is not a good idea. Especially if you use Cosmic Ghost Rider, yeah, that'll be a shit show. Sadly, I can't give you an exact date. I wish I could. I'm still talking with my animator, trying to figure out if he can at least give me at least a preview of the animation. And I can show you guys what it looks like. Because even I don't know what the animation looks like right now. And I'm a little bit nervous. I'm hoping it will look good. But sadly, I don't have an exact date. I'm still trying to figure that out with my animator. Why? What? Because they're both Shota? You hoping for some Boku no Pico action? I bet you didn't know that one of Gon's greatest feats is he can remove people's clothes so fast they can't even realize it. I think we have a Boku no Pico fan over here. I think somebody's hoping for some Shota action. Shota, however you pronounce it. Yeah, Dante is actually ridiculously overpowered now. Oh, come now. Don't be so uptight. Boku no Pico is a meme. I'm just teasing. It's all in good fun. Also, in all seriousness, though, that feat I mentioned about Gon being able to remove your clothes so fast you can't even notice, that's actually real. I wasn't making that up. I was doing research for Gon because I've been looking for an opponent for Gon as well, and I think I found an opponent for Gon. So he might actually be in season 1. When I was looking up Gon's power and feats, I found out Gon actually, one of his greatest speed feats is one of his main weapons, right, is a fishing pole. That's one of Gon's main weapons. And one of his feats legitimately is he can remove your clothes so fast with his fishing pole weapon you can't even notice it. I wasn't making that up. That's actually real. I don't know why he has that feat, but he does. And I'm not joking. Believe me, I couldn't make that up if I tried. Even my devious trap mind couldn't come up with that if I tried. Probably not. That sword that Raiden carries around would be a huge problem for Jack. Now, I've heard people supposedly say that Jack's sword is unbreakable, but the thing with Raiden's sword is it's designed in such a way to where no matter how strong it is, it'll eventually cut through. Okay, that wouldn't even be a fight. Ichigo would just kill both of them. He would just go true Bankai and then slice them in half in one hit like he did Yaiwatch. Well, they're delusional. Also, Sasuke versus Ichigo makes no sense. I don't say it's because they're both emo badasses or something like that, because that's not Ichigo. If you think Ichigo is the emo character of his series, you grossly misunderstand Ichigo's character. The whole emo character thing is much more applicable to someone like Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra technically fills that role. But unlike Sasuke, Ulquiorra is not gay. Already thought of that one. Won't work. Believe me, I already thought of that. Trust me, a lot of the matchups you've probably thought of, I've probably thought of at some point. I've got nothing for Luffy right now. Or Natsu. Actually, I don't even ever want to have Natsu on Blood Royale. No. No ponies. Death Battle turned my ex's boyfriend into a brony. Not gonna happen. Batista, also Braun Strowman, has basically been ruined at this point. He's not the dominant top monster heel he used to be. turning Braun Strowman face did him no favors. That tag team nonsense they pulled at WrestleMania was a joke and a disaster. And they didn't put the belt on Strowman at the right time. While I'm certainly glad they had Goldberg put him over, I just think it's too little too late, because even when he goes over Goldberg, they still find a way to ruin Braun Strowman, like when they have him do segments with Otis. It's terrible. Like, Braun Strowman is completely screwed. Also, they completely had a total missed opportunity by not having The Fiend fight the Monster Among Men. No, they had Bray Wyatt. WWE has no fucking clue what they're doing. Right now, my WWE universe is far more entertaining and interesting than what's going on WWE right now. In fact, surprisingly, my top star right now is actually Victor from the Ascension. My WWE universe, Victor is completely over with my WWE universe. The crowd can't get enough of him. Even though he has both the tag belts, he's also getting involved in singles action. Right now, he's in a rivalry with JBL. And he was in a number one contenders match for the Universal title, but he lost to Lars Sullivan, who went on to defeat Brock Lesnar. But yeah, if I could get the game to run better, I'd show you what I'm talking about. Because I would like to stream my WWE universe to give some real WWE fans at least a little bit of old school wrestling. Because my WWE universe is awesome, and all the right people are the top stars. And I've gotten rid of pretty much all the jobber midgets. There are still a few of them around, but they don't do anything outside of get their asses kicked. Once again, no. Possibly. I know Clyde actually made a video talking about the fall of Conor McGregor. I'd recommend checking that out. I guess Clyde is into MMA, and he has a video talking about Conor. I mean, not Conor. Yeah, Conor McGregor. I was thinking of Conor of the Ascension. Toshiro completely decimates, and it's not even close. Toshiro battled against the third Espada, who was Avasto Lourdes, and any Espada with the rank of 4 and higher is so powerful they can literally destroy Las Noches by transforming. Yeah. Also, just like all the other characters, Toshiro, his speed is just broken. Toshiro is also at least massively faster than light, just like Ichigo. Also, the full power of his Bankai is just broken. He can just flash freeze you and end you in an instant. Master Chief versus the Doom Slayer. And of course, Naruto versus Ichigo. Do it justice. But oh wait, Clyde and Seth is doing that for Death Battle. No, I don't watch UFC. Not really my thing. I mean, I'm into watching guys beating each other, but in a different way, if you catch my drift. No, they shouldn't have. Sasuke versus Ichigo makes very little sense. The most they have in common is they lost family members that they loved. Like, there's nothing that, like, Sasuke's entire character arc is one of revenge. Ichigo is not that type of character. Ichigo is the type of character that wants to protect everyone that he loves. Also, Ichigo is a badass, but he's not emo. No. Scorpion stands no chance. Spawn would absolutely annihilate him. Spawn at his strongest is a multiversal threat. Scorpion is not really all that powerful. The only reason he is dangerous is because of his ever-growing power. Realistically, Scorpion would be nothing but one of the devil's minions to him. He would barely be a grunt to Spawn. Barely. I have no clue. I don't have an opponent for Static. I don't even know if I'll even ever do Static. Why? Okay, first off, Orihime's not crazy. She's an airhead. Stop shitting on Orihime. She's not crazy. Like, Sakura and Orihime shouldn't even be factors here. You do realize this last one, familial connections to major characters and their plots, that applies to literally almost any main character. So no, they don't have strong connections. The fact that you even had to mention Orihime and Sakura is just really, really desperate. You're really reaching. I simply spoke about your content on your channel, and they did as they pleased. Yeah, because they're allowed to keep their thoughts. Well, imagine my shock. Fan Wars doing what I thought he would. I mentioned some of the stuff on his channel, and I sent you guys the link, and now he's accusing me of sending you guys to attack him. So predictable. I don't even know why I'm even surprised at this point.
All you have to do to lose weight and have the perfect body.
He's a cracker. Scorpion versus Kratos is just as bad. Well, this is running like garbage. That's lame. Every time I try to stream video games, it never works out. Yeah, I don't know if it's my computer or what, but it's just not really built for streaming. Oh yes, it's very hard to find even fights. Believe me, they'll never understand that. So here's what he said. But when you specifically tell them to go to my channel, I take issue with that. You don't see me telling my filthy casual viewers to go to your channel and comment all over the place why you suck. They are free to do as they please. Many of my fans already take issue with your content anyway. Many of them are already well aware of your channel. By this logic, since I make reviews to my audience about you, I guess that must mean that I'm sending them to attack you because I make reviews. All three of these suck. I've seen CZW. It's literally backyard wrestling. Literally. And yes, ROH is pretty bad because ROH is where wrestlers go to die. And don't get me started on CMLL. I get more views than CMLL. And so does the Smarkbusters. I don't know if I would because while I do think Naruto and Sasuke are gay, I don't think they're the fun kind of gay, like say Astolfo or Felix. But yeah, it is pretty much confirmed that Naruto has a hard-on for Sasuke. And I wouldn't be surprised if he used drastic measures to get him to love him, like the sexy jutsu. Why? All right, see you around. The stream's probably going to end soon anyway. There's like 9 viewers left, and I pretty much ran out of topics to talk about. I can't even stream gameplay footage without it running like garbage. I'm going to have to get myself on those fancy desktop setups one of these days. The more donations, merch, and views I get, maybe someday I can get one of those fancy desktops. Then maybe I'll actually be able to stream without any issues. If at the very least I had a capture card, I might be able to live stream from my Switch. I've heard you can do that. Then I could do what I want to do and play Fate Extella Link, and you all could watch me play as Astolfo. Again, I haven't seen Danganronpa. I haven't played the games. I haven't seen the anime. Lol. Don't worry. I'm going to keep trying to get a hold of my animator. I haven't heard back from him. I'm trying to see if I can at least get a little sample of the animation. Then I could get a stream together, and I'll show you guys the preview, and we can discuss it. But I got to get word back from my animator. Also, if you guys know any animators that are looking for work, send them my way. I have a help wanted video on my channel. Just point them in my direction, and I'll be gladly to give them some work on my animation team. I'd love to help them out with that. And the more views, donations, and merch I sell, then the more I'll be able to pay my animators. Like right now, I have one guy pretty much doing everything. If I was a little bit more experienced with 3D animation, I'd try to help him. But I don't have the same type of knowledge. Like, I'm not very good with 3D animation. I'd like to get better at it, but I'm not the best at it. Maybe, but all their work would probably be done in vain. That's why I'm not telling him about my 3D animator, because I don't want him wasting his time. Also, it's not just 3D animators. I'm also willing to work with 2D animators. The only animators I have no desire to work with, unless I'm like really desperate, is sprite animators. Because 2D animation can actually look really, really good. If I recall correctly, a lot of anime are 2D. So I don't have a problem with 2D animators. It's just that if it's 3D animators, I can at least make models for them if there are none available. It's just the sprite animators I have no interest in. Not that I have anything against sprite animation, but it's just not what I'm looking for. Yeah, I've been going around trying to get in contact with different animators. So far, I haven't had much luck. Because I want to build my own little team of animators, so the animator I have right now isn't alone. I'm thinking about trying to use an app called Fiverr, I believe that's how you pronounce it. Fiverr is an app where you can find people to do things, and I put out an ad for some animators. So far, I don't think anyone has responded. Yes, in fact, if they can create custom animation, that's even better. I want to be better than Death Battle. I want to be able to have full-on custom 3D or even 2D animation. Well, it depends if I can get my hands on some hand-drawn 3D hand-drawn animation, then absolutely. It's all just a matter of what budget I have and what animators are willing to work for me. Again, the only animation style I'm opposed to using is just the sprite style because I'm looking to have higher quality animation. Like, I wish I could have Devil's Artemis working for me instead of him wasting his time with Death Battle. I'm pretty sure Devil's Artemis could do so much more if he was working under me. I actually wouldn't waste his time, and I'd give him the time necessary to make the animations look great. I can make certain 3D models myself to an extent, although there are some things I struggle with. For example, furries are a complete pain in the butt for me to make. Hellboy versus Goliath? Probably not. Also, Disney can burn in hell. If there is a hell for certain, that's where Disney employees go. Anything that's at least the size of NXT is fine, but anything beneath that is just a joke. Like, I can't stand a lot of those indie feds because holy crap, it just looks terrible. You gotta have some atmosphere. You gotta have some at least decent commentary. You gotta have some degree of production value. Well, have you ever heard of Source Filmmaker? Also, you can create some good stuff in MMD, but you can also create garbage. For example, Ruby was made in MMD, enough said. Go on Steam and look up Source Filmmaker. It's what Devil's Artemis uses, and it's free. And if Source Filmmaker works out for you and you're interested in getting some animation work, I'd gladly help you out, help you get your name out there. Also, there are other free animation softwares out there. You also have Blender, although I don't know if Blender is really the best, but it's there. But personally, I'd recommend check out Source Filmmaker. You can get it on Steam. Kevin, what are you doing? Why are you picking fights with Ethan? All he did was call out fan war. And yet you treat him as if he's attacking you. Unless you're a filthy casual, why are you taking offense to what he said about fan war? All he did was tell him to give up on Ruby versus TMNT because it's a terrible idea that nobody asked for. And yet you come at him. Why? You're not helping your case here. Nothing he said to fan war was technically wrong. The idea is bad, he should give up on it, and his audience is primarily a bunch of filthy casuals. Most of them, I doubt, even know what the hell power scaling even means. So again, you can't get mad at him for literally saying the truth. Because if you are, then you should also be getting mad at me for no reason. Well, I don't know why you are. I don't know why you have a problem with being hostile towards people. All he's doing is just giving fan war the dose of reality he needs. Dude, he isn't attacking him. He is attacking his terrible idea. Also, his audience is primarily consisted of filthy casuals. That's not even an insult. Filthy casual is not an insult, contrary to what you might think. Yeah, I don't have a fetish for harassing people. I wouldn't want someone harassing me, so I have no reason to harass them. Well, let's see. If you're a casual person, then you kind of fall under that definition. Like, this is kind of like when people call someone gay and then they take it seriously. Like, for example, I call people gay or sometimes even the F word because I don't take the word seriously. I use it as a joke. Am I harassing people whenever I use that word? So if I call you a casual gamer, am I being demeaning? This reminds me of the people that thought that nerd was a demeaning word. Look how that turned out. What about geek? That used to be a demeaning word. I mean, in some areas, my channel is a joke. I don't take myself 100% seriously all the time. I am partially a comedy channel. I often make fun of myself. If people want to think my channel is a joke, they're free to think that. Just like I'm free to think that Fan War is lazy and doesn't understand what he's doing. No, they chase after me because they don't like my opinions. I explained why it's a bad idea. If you were here towards the beginning part of the stream, I would say I discussed it. And no, it's not because I find it stupid. It's not because I have little imagination. I actually have tons of imagination. I really do not appreciate this. This is something very personal. Do you not realize how low that is to bring up something so personal? You don't know anything about her. You don't know anything about our relationship. Don't you dare bring that up. Yes, I can take a joke, but here's the thing. Where was the joke? Where was the punchline? What was I supposed to laugh at? All you did was just state something that a person who did really horrible things to me did. Like, where was the punchline? Oh, yes, because that makes total sense. Also, I'm not harassing Fan War. And you know that. You know I'm not harassing him. You know why this is stupid to do? Me and Fan War are actually friends. So, what the hell are you talking about? Yes, I can be a little bit hard on him sometimes, but that's because I want to see him do better. Well, I mean, my channel is not 100% comedy. There are times where I do talk about serious stuff on the channel. But I'm not also 100% serious either. I do joke around from time to time. Why do you think I make those meme compilations? Why do you think I make memes? I make jokes all the time. No, the word bias is not necessarily offensive. All that bias really means is that you only really see things from like one perspective. Like, for example, I could say that, let's see, what's a good example of what I could think of? Like, I can't think of an example right now, but in simple terms, no, I would not say that bias is an offensive term. Bias is nothing more than just a state of mind or a strong opinion that one does not budge on. Can that really be said, though, when he's creating death battles like Jiren versus Saitama? Can that really be honestly said? No. I never said they had godly feats. All I said was that the feats of Team Ruby compared to the feats of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, at least the particular version of the Turtles that he wants to use, are far greater than what Team Ruby has shown. I went over some of the feats. Many Ruby characters barely even clock at building level. You have a couple members of the team that are lightning timers, but the Turtles can also dodge lightning and lasers, which rather you lowball it or not, it would still clock at faster than light. Here's the thing. I want to see Fan War do better as well, but here's the thing. I don't know if you guys no fan war like I do. Like, I actually have private discussions with this guy. I actually have a group on Facebook with a bunch of other people that are also versus debaters, and we talk. From my perspective, all I would see is you intentionally sending Ichigo to his death because you think that will upset me. Those types of things don't work because all you're doing is making it obvious that you want to send Ichigo to his death out of some kind of petty revenge against me because you think that'll make me feel bad or that will make me angry. So I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish with that. One of my friends does that to me all the time. Whenever I disagree with him and he gets upset, he always says, well, I'm going to take some character you like and I'm going to put him against a character they can't beat. So how does stooping to death battles level? How is that supposed to, like, prove me wrong? Like, I am going to prove you wrong by doing what death battle does and sending characters to their inevitable death. What is that supposed to prove? I got upset because not because he lost to Naruto, but because Death Battle deliberately screwed him over. If, for example, when Clyde and Seth drop their Naruto versus Ichigo, if for some reason Seth and Clyde can prove that Ichigo would lose to Naruto legitimately without doing any kind of lowballing, then I would be willing to accept that. But I can't accept Death Battle's results because it wasn't legitimate. They lowballed Naruto and they lowballed Ichigo. It wasn't just Ichigo that got lowballed. They did the same thing to Naruto. They said Naruto was only moon level. That's not true. I'm not belittling him. I'm really getting sick and tired of people thinking that because I criticize someone, that somehow means I'm belittling them. So all the people that criticized me, I've been criticized before. Were they belittling me? No, you're not trying to help me. You're accusing me of things that I'm not doing. You think I'm belittling him. You think I'm being cruel because I dare criticize him. Oh, what? Because I occasionally use words that can be vaguely seen as offensive? Like, you're not trying to help me. You're just trying to shame me. You're trying to make me feel bad. You're trying to do what all these other people like to do to me. Treat me like the bad guy. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not belittling One Fish Mob. I'm not insulting him. Just because I call him incompetent, that doesn't mean it's an insult. It is a fact that he doesn't fully understand what he's doing a lot of time. He has admitted to me that he's not very good at certain things, such as power scaling. That's why he usually gets other people to do it for him. That's not belittling. I would love to have him on stream. Why do you think I wouldn't bring him on stream? I literally said earlier in the stream that I would gladly bring him on for a debate. So That's it? Is that what this has all come down to? It's all about feelings. So if I say something that makes Fan War feel bad, that means I'm belittling him. That means I'm trying to tear him down. Just because I say something that might make him feel bad. Is that really how we're playing this? Are we really going to play the social justice game where it's all about feelings and I have to walk on eggshells around people? Is that really how we're going to do this? You know, all those rioters out there, they feel upset. Does that mean they're justified in doing what they're doing? Just because you feel something, that doesn't necessarily make it valid. Fan War can feel like I'm insulting him all he wants. He can feel like I'm trying to tear him down, but that's simply not the case. I've given him praises before. However, when he does something wrong, I try to help correct him on it. I've always lived in reality. If you knew me or what my life was like, however, I know you have no way of knowing what my life is like. I do live in reality. I describe myself as a realist. Now, I know you have no way of knowing what I'm like beyond my channel. I don't always share that much about my real life. I don't usually talk about what goes on in my real life because that's not like what my channel's about. I'm not what's the name of his? I'm not Wings of Redemption. My channel isn't here just so I can talk about what goes on in my real life or any of the problems that goes on in my life. I'll talk about it if it's relevant to the channel, like when I have mic issues or something that's relevant to the channel. But I've always lived in reality. I've always considered myself a realist. I don't live in any kind of delusional fantasy. Don't you think you guys might be overreacting a little bit? Here's the thing. On one hand, I can somewhat understand where you guys are coming from. You think I'm trashing someone that it looks like you seem to care about. I would be upset too if someone said something about a YouTuber I care about, like say ER or AVGN. However, the difference is here, I'm not trying to insult Fan War. I'm not trying to belittle him. I genuinely want to see him do better. Do you know how much support I've offered him? I offered him Patreon support. I offered him free 3D models. Free 3D models. So don't act like I just treat him like garbage or I'm trying to belittle him. Like, I have offered him lots of support, lots of help. I do admit I can be a little hard on him at times, but that's only because he can be very stubborn sometimes. He admits this. He's admitted to me many, many times that he does acknowledge that he's stubborn. I'm just trying to break through that stubborn veneer of his so I can help him make some progress. I'm not out to get him. I'm not even out to get Death Battle. In fact, I'd say I'm probably harder on Death Battle than I am on him. And I'm not out to get Death Battle. Maybe Rooster Teeth, but that's because Rooster Teeth is blatantly breaking the law to try to screw me over. But that's besides the point. Like I said, on one hand, I understand where you're coming from, but on the other hand, just because I say something that can be misconstrued as offensive, that doesn't mean that's the intent. That's the social justice warrior mentality. They find something that they find offensive, they get outraged about it, and then they point the finger at someone that they deem responsible for the offense. Precisely. See, I know I don't always talk about my real life, but here's what I will say. I was raised on tough love. That's just how I was raised. It's what I know. Now, that's not the only form of love I understand. However, it's one of the things I was raised on. It's how I kind of learned and grew up over time. I kind of learned things through the concept of tough love, trial and error. Like, I have a lot of family members that love me to death, but sometimes they give me a little tough love because they're trying to prepare me for the real world. Because the real world, as I mentioned earlier with the riot stuff, it's not all rainbows and sunshine. The real world is a harsh place, and you have to be ready for it. I'm not asking for fan war to be perfect. No one is perfect. No one can ever be perfect, except maybe a Stolfo, but that's besides the point. No one can ever truly be perfect. I don't want him to be perfect. I just want to see him make progress. He's had his channel longer than me, and his videos barely reach the level of quality of my videos. I don't see myself as a higher power. What I am is someone who knows a lot about making YouTube videos because me and him are both YouTubers. I know a lot about power scaling and versus debate. I'm a very skilled debater. I'm a very skilled power scale. I can help him in that regards. I'm just someone who's very knowledgeable that I believe could help him. And I've even said multiple times, I said this in our group, which, by the way, Kevin, you are in that very same group I've been talking about. You can talk with Fan War personally the same way I have been. And I even told him, I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think he's irredeemable. I just think he's a little bit stubborn, and that stubbornness is holding him back. Now, for example, someone like Teen Gohan Fighter, that guy is irredeemable. The best thing that guy can do is get the fuck out of the Versus community. Go back to the DBZ fan base he came from. That's the best he can do. And I'm fully aware that Teen Gohan Fighter is also a Bleach fan. He's also a bit of a Bleach wanker, and I don't respect him for that. I love Bleach, but I don't like Bleach fans that wank Bleach. It makes the other fans look bad. That's why I'm also going to be dealing with Rolling Thunder Pursuit. I don't know when I'm going to make a video on him, but I'm going to call him out for his Bleach wanking. Like, even my Never Go Full Retard series, that's not there to kind of belittle people. It's there as a way to call people out when we all have those days, we all have those times in our life where we do something so stupid, you just think, never go full retard. It's for the purposes of documenting some of the dumbest moments in certain people's lives so they can hopefully learn from it and other people can learn from it so they won't repeat those same mistakes. The name is nothing more than just a reference to a meme. That's all it is. It's just a reference to a meme from a very, very funny movie. It's not even intended to be offensive. Supposedly his channel got deleted. I haven't been able to confirm if this is true or not, but rumor has it that his channel got deleted. I hope that's not the case, because then that means I'm not going to be able to make a response to him, which will suck. Ichigo's top speed, it's difficult to say. I know he's at least massively faster than Light. I don't know if I can give you an exact number though. However, given that he's faster than Ulquiorra, along with Yaiwatch, I would have to say he would at least have to be maybe 1,000 times faster than Light, possibly. It's tough to say. Once you get into Light speed, things can get a little bit crazy. But I would say Ichigo is extremely fast. Even in the earlier days of the rescue arc, when he was fighting against Byakuya, he was trolling him with his speed. He even said, if you want, I can move slower for you. So Ichigo has always been well known for his speed. Ichigo is more of the speed blitz type of character. He's more about just outspeeding you rather than just trying to overwhelm you with raw power. That's more of Ichigo's style, trying to end a fight as quickly as possible, rather than trying to flex his strength. Maybe someday I'll do an Ichigo power scale, and maybe I'll try to see if I can get an exact number as to how fast Ichigo is. Maybe. Yes, I believe Can't Fear Your Own World is canon. I might have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's canon. Same with Spirits Forever. That's also canon. Which Spirits Forever, I will be talking about the information revealed about Scialopero in my power scale. Because there's a lot of interesting details in the novel about Scialopero. I can somewhat understand where he's getting that from. I mean, he did defeat Aizen, who did become a god. He did defeat Yaiwatch, who I think is also a god. And in the data book, it was said he had godlike speed. However, I do not believe that this means that Ichigo has surpassed the gods. It depends on how you look at it. For example, Ichigo has defeated Soul Reapers. Soul Reapers are literally described as gods of death, and Ichigo surpassed all of them, even Aizen. So it depends on how you look at it. If you go off of him surpassing the Soul Society and the Gotei 13, then yeah, you could possibly argue that he's surpassed the gods. But this is from the perspective of gods of death and characters like Aizen. Yes, Goku is universe level. At the very least, he's universe level. His punches were strong enough to shake the universe. And I do believe it has been stated that he can destroy the universe if he used enough power. Also, he can fight Jiren, who is, from what I understand, I believe Jiren is a multiversal. So since Goku was able to fight Jiren through the use of Ultra Instinct, I think it's reasonable to assume that Goku is at the very least low-tier multiversal. Possibly. I would go check up on Seth the programmer about that. He knows more about DBZ than I do. I'm kind of average when it comes to DBZ. Yes, I've heard the same thing as well. I believe Goku is low tier multiversal. I would say anything above low tier multiversal, though, is probably a highball. Unless stated otherwise. Like, unless there's, like, maybe Ultra Instinct, possibly, but I don't know. Possibly, again, I'm not certain. I need to look into it. It would be awesome if it is canon, but I'm not certain if it is. I think it's canon, though. Because I was watching an episode of Tekking 101, and he mentioned how Luffy got a new form. And I think he mentioned it was in Fear Your Own World. Yes, Ichigo does have a child in the end. Yes, Ichigo does. Yes, or Hime does eventually get through Ichigo's denseness, and she finally gets him to bone her. Rukia also ends up having a child with Renji. I don't watch DBX. I've watched a couple of episodes, but it's basically pointless to watch because it's just mindless action with no context. The arguments for Ichigo being universe level are sketchy at best. I'm aware of some of the arguments. Some people think that because I believe it was Ichigo destroyed the Serete or something, and because the Serete has these little bubbles in it that are described as baby universes, some people believe that Ichigo is universe level based on that. Others believe that he's greater than universal because the Soul Society and the world of the living and Hueco Mundo are all bigger than those baby universes. But if you've seen Jar's video, then you know he already debunked that. Because that's basically him saying, so you're saying Ichigo is infinite times 3? I agree that Ichigo is stronger than the low ballers give him credit for, but all these weird scales like Ichigo is solar system level, Ichigo is universe level, it's ridiculous. I would say max with absolute highball, you could possibly get Ichigo at star level. Maybe. That's the highest I would ever rank Ichigo. And even then, star level might be a stretch. Because you could argue him one-shotting Yai-Watch only makes him large planet level. Kind of like how when Naruto one-shot Tonari, the guy who cut the moon in half, he one-shot him and that made him planet level. That's the reason why Naruto is planet level. It's because he one-shot a moonbuster. Well, I don't know if he's a moonbuster, but he did cut the moon in half, which does require moon level strength to do that, and Naruto just one-shot the dude. So it's a little bit unreasonable to say, as much as I hate to admit it, it's unreasonable to say that based on that, Naruto wouldn't at least be planet level. Because he was able to one-shot a guy who cut the moon in half. Like, he one-shotted Tonari the same way that Ichigo one-shotted Yaiwatch. I've seen the scene. What happened was Naruto went Sage mode. He punched Tonari, and then Tonari says in one hit, and then like his little green glowy powers just shut off after being knocked out by Naruto. Maybe I'll watch the movie someday. However, I'm not the biggest Naruto fan, but I have seen the clip that people are talking about when people say that Naruto one-shot Tonari. I have at least seen that particular clip. And I've also seen the clip where he cut the moon in half. I believe it's Naruto, when he has Sage mode, can one-shot Tonari. So it's like, okay, so how I understand is this. Base Naruto, moon level. Fully powered Naruto using Sage mode is at least planet level, from how I've come to understand it. And again, this is coming from somebody who doesn't like Naruto. Believe me, I'd be the first one saying that, yeah, Naruto being planet level, that's bullshit. Trust me, I'd be the first one doing that. I'm no fan of Naruto at all. I'm one of the last people you'd catch defending Naruto. I personally believe that even if Naruto was planet level, Ichigo would still decimate him with no effort. Ichigo is far too fast. Naruto wouldn't even be able to see him coming, and he'd be cut in half before he even realized what happened to him. He'd probably be split in half well before he even activated Sage mode. Oh, trust me, I've called out Naruto saying it's not as powerful as people thinks it is. Believe me, I'm not trying to defend Naruto over here. I think Naruto is fucking shit. I think he's way too overhyped. In fact, a lot of people have been asking me to do another one of those lists that I do, but of 10 characters that could destroy X character. Well, one of my other really big requests was Naruto. And I would certainly like to do Naruto. The problem is, it's going to be hard because there's so many characters I could think of that could annihilate Naruto with no effort. Like, I've said this many, many times before. Naruto is about as strong as DBZ fodder. And by DBZ fodder, I'm talking Master Roshi and Yamcha. That level of fodder. Even Krillin can beat the fucking shit out of Naruto. This is the argument I've seen all too often. I have heard this argument before. This one guy told me something similar, that due to the moon being hollow, that therefore means it was not a true moon level feat. However, I have been skeptical of this because I do believe this has been debunked before. I mean, I can look further into it, but as far as my knowledge, I don't see how like the moon being hollow would necessarily take away from the feet. Problem. Nappa and Vegeta would round out at about planet level at that point in the arc. Because remember, before Nappa and Vegeta showed up, you had Moonbusters like Piccolo and Roshi running around. So, like at that point, also it was stated in the data book that Cybermen are also planet level. It says so in the DBZ data book. I think that's ridiculous considering that Cybermen are supposed to be cannon fodder, and they could barely even fight off Yamcha. But then again, that's just DBZ. Completely stupid, and the power levels rarely ever make sense. But the data book says the Cybermen are planet level, so fine. I'll go with it. If not, because I'm not one to shoot down data books. I'm willing to respect what Toriyama says. Fine, Cybermen are planet level. Logically, Vegeta and Nappa would have to be around the same level of power, if not stronger. Because they were able to completely decimate people like Piccolo, who were at the very least, who were also moon level at that point in time. And with Piccolo, there's like no doubt that Piccolo's planet level. He was able to completely obliterate the moon in a matter of seconds. I've heard arguments that Kaguya and Momoshiki are star level. However, I am skeptical of that claim. That they're star level. Planet level, I have never disagreed that Kaguya's planet level. She is. I mean, there was once a time when I was a little bit of an idiot and I didn't know any better when it came to Naruto characters. Also, I won't lie, I was a little bit annoyed with the Naruto fans that kept talking shit after Naruto versus Ichigo. And now they think, oh, Kaguya versus Yaiwatch, Madara versus Aizen. We're going to take out all the Bleach characters. Even though realistically that wouldn't end well for any of those characters. Yaiwatch would annihilate Kaguya. His future sight would basically render any resistance she could pull out useless. Madara would get absolutely just humiliated by Aizen. Naruto would get his ass handed to him by Ichigo. I can go on. I will admit that part of the reason why I find power scaling DBZ to be incredibly frustrating is because DBZ is not always consistent. For example, you have Piccolo, who's able to be moon level, but then you have these chicken shit Cybermen that even Yamcha said were not even a challenge, and they're supposed to be planet level. I don't understand how that works. So logically, Nappa would also have to be planet level. However, Vegeta can effortlessly kill him. I don't get it. DBZ is really weird. That's why I don't like power scaling it. What is he even trying to say with this? This might be worse than Fan Wars lowball of why the turtles can't be light speed when they absolutely can be. and there are facts and there are feats to back it up. So I'm not certain what he's even trying to say with this. Also, aren't the Gundams like really small? Like wasn't the Gundam Epion like a fly compared to one of the Zords? Probably the Megazord, because the Power Rangers are ridiculously overpowered. Maybe someday I'll bring my friend on who did the Superman list with me, and he can explain it to you. He really knows his Power Rangers. I stopped watching Power Rangers a long time ago, so I'm kind of a little out of it when it comes to Power Rangers. But from what I've been told, Power Rangers are ridiculously powerful. Now, granted, so is Optimus Prime, but from what I've been told, the Power Rangers are apparently outerversal. Like, they are really, really powerful. So yeah, Optimus would certainly be in for the fight of his life if he fought the Megazord. It certainly wouldn't be easy for Optimus, because the Megazord, I assume the Megazord would have to at least be as strong as the Rangers, who are pretty overpowered. Like I said, I'll bring on my friend sometime who knows his Transformers, who knows his Power Rangers, and he can answer your questions. Like I said, I'm way out of it when it comes to Power Rangers and Transformers. I've seen John Wick versus the Equalizer. I'm not certain about that because I'm pretty sure John Wick. I've seen the first Equalizer movie, not the second one, but I've seen the first one. I'm pretty certain John Wick would probably destroy the Equalizer. Outerversal is one of the highest levels you can reach on the tier scale. Outerversal is ridiculous. If I explained Outerversal to you, I would probably give you a headache because it's one of those really complicated concepts. But what I will say is, to make it simple, Outerversal is one of the highest levels possible that you can reach. Outerversal is a higher level than even Boundless. If you want, you can go on the Versus Wiki page. They have the tier scale on there, and you can look up and read what outerversal means. However, warning, it's a fairly complicated concept, and it might give you a headache. Why the Equalizer, though? Doesn't the Equalizer have shit feats compared to John Wick? Like, John Wick has some pretty ridiculous feats. I mean, John Wick was able to take out a battalion of heavily armored soldiers that required the use of armor-piercing 12-gauge shotgun rounds to kill. I mean, maybe I'll have to check out the other Equalizer movie. Like I said, I've only seen the first one, but I don't think he would have much of a chance against John Wick. John Wick is just ridiculously OP. Remember, the guy can kill you with a pencil. Maybe, but chances are that wouldn't have gone so well for Jiraiya. Shunsui is very powerful. Also, that's basically the same reason they used for Jiraiya and Master Roshi. So what's really the difference? Okay, replace Roshi with Shunsui. Okay, it's still basically the same fight. Also, I don't know if I would describe Shunsui as a pervert. He's more of the womanizer type, like Leon Kennedy. I wouldn't really describe Shunsui as a pervert. If anything, Rangiku is a pervert. Even Toshiro constantly calls him a pervert, calls her a pervert. I mean, Rukia was willing to expose herself to Ichigo just to stay at his place. Yeah, I would say Rangiku is far more of a perv than Shunsui. Shunsui is just more of a womanizer. Like, even when he sees Lisa again after all that time, he doesn't really perv on her or anything. He just says, "Wow, Lisa, it's good to see you again. You're so beautiful." He's just kind of a gentleman about it. He just likes girls and thinks they're very beautiful. He just likes to be with beautiful women. I explained at the beginning of this stream, but I think you may not have made it for that part, that the worst death battle season so far is easily this latest season. Out of all the death battles, only 2 or 3 of them were good, and they're only 6s at best. And that was with me being extremely generous to Death Battle, because the research for all the episodes is just as bad as it always is. Most of the only reason why the episodes are good is because other people, like the animators, are pulling their weight. Yeah, I'm working on it. Like I said, Esdeath versus Gray is going to happen. I'm sorry it's taking so long. If you want, what I would recommend is, unless you've seen them already, I did make a debunking of Yang versus Tifa. If you haven't seen that, you can check that out. I also did a debunking of Naruto versus Ichigo. I'd recommend the Yang versus Tifa one. That is one where, like, I really break out the calculations and I really dig deep and just tear Death Battle a new one. Although the Naruto versus Ichigo one is also good as well. But I would say if you want more of just like a simple, straightforward, intellectual debunking, I would recommend the Yang versus Tifa one. Also, another reason why the Yang versus Tifa one is very, very fun is because I was able to use Death Battle's own calculations to debunk them, which was a ton of fun. I love the irony that Death Battle's own calculations proved them wrong. And yet somehow nobody at Death Battle thought of that. Like, hey, Chad, Ben, this looks pretty bad. Like, our own math debunks us. Don't worry, they won't notice. See, that's how Death Battle tries to get you. They like to use confusing math to try to trick people. Like, for example, the casuals. The reason why I mention the casuals is because they don't understand power scaling, and a lot of them probably hate math. So a lot of them are just going to see all the big numbers and the complicated math and not question it. However, power scalers are going to look at it and raise an eyebrow, which is what happened with Yang versus Tifa. I looked at their own math, I broke it down, and yeah, their own math debunks them. And what's funny is they made up their own calculations while trying to lowball Tifa. And even while trying to lowball Tifa, Tifa still wins. I'll give you a little bit of an example of what I mean. In the debunking, after I broke down some of the math, I said that literally any of Tifa's limit breaks would one-shot Yang. Like, Yang can tank some of Tifa's, like, basic punches, but any of her limit breaks will utterly one-shot her. And that was with me using Death Battle's flawed math. If I used proper statistics, it probably would have been a lot worse. Even Beat Rush can one-shot Yang. And with the premium heart, it's even more embarrassing. In fact, I'll leave a link in the chat so here's what we can do. I can either leave the link in the chat and anyone who hasn't seen the debunking can go see it, or we can sit down and watch the debunking together if you guys want, kind of like a little watch along. Up to you. Either one works for me. We can either watch it together, or I could just leave the link in the chat and I'll just let you guys go, and then I'll maybe try to do another stream tomorrow if I still can't figure out what's going on with the whole mic situation. Okay, I can speed it up if you guys want. Let me see here. Let me pull it up. One thing that was annoying was I had to mute some of the music in my debunking because it kept getting claimed, which was stupid. I hate it when that happens. Because I used a different soundtrack than what Death Battle used when I was showing the actual Death Battle. And it was a lot better, but I had to take it out, which sucks. I will warn you guys, it is one of my older videos. This was also back when I was using my first attempt at a 3D model. Some of you who have been here for a long time may remember I didn't always have the model that I have now. I did used to have an older one. Some people told me it would creep them out, which is part of the reason why I got rid of it, because I didn't want to like scare my audience unless I was doing like a Halloween special or something. So I decided to scrap it and make a brand new one. Also, this was back when I was using my old microphone, the one that sounded like crap. So the audio might not be the best. Let's see, where is it? Here we go. Found it. Wow. 14 dislikes. I wonder what those could have been from.
Hello, my dear students.
Come on, pause, you piece of junk. Okay. I would say Death Battle should do a rematch of Yang versus Tifa. The problem is there's no fight to be had. Realistically, Tifa would end Yang pretty quickly. So it wouldn't really be much of an epic rematch. However, if Death Battle did things properly in the first place, it would have never had to worry about that. That's why I'm so harsh on compatibility. While you guys watch this, I'm going to mute my mic for a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not going for very long. I'm just going to put something in the microwave. I haven't eaten anything so far. Lol. Well, actually, my longest stream so far was a 7-hour stream. So this isn't even close to my longest. I once streamed for 7 hours. However, I don't hold the record for the longest stream. That goes to Muller and the EFAP crew. Their average stream is like 11 hours. The only way I could beat them is if I did a 12-hour stream or a 24-hour stream. I don't even know if I'd even be able to pull that off. Lol. So you guys enjoy this, and I won't be gone too long. Ah, I see the problem now. Hold on. All right, this should fix it. The application one doesn't allow you to
do. We have another death battle review. However, this time we're going to shake things up, and this is going to be both a review as well as a debunking. Because this particular death battle is possibly the worst death battle ever made. And I even regret not putting this on my top 10 worst death battles list that I made way back when, because looking back at it in hindsight, this is really, really bad. And with the recent announcement of another Ruby death battle, it's possible that another innocent character is going to suffer the same fate as Tifa. And you know what? I'm not going to stand for that. While I may not be a Persona fan myself, I am going to stand up for the Persona fans out there that may or may not know what's coming their way. And we all know how bullshit Death Battle has been getting lately. But let's not put it off any longer. Today is Yang versus Tifa.
nailed it.
Warning! Warning! Bullshitter alert! Bullshitter alert!
Now,
Okay, good. My mic is still on. Sorry about that. I just wanted to check to make sure. Carrying on. And you're absolutely right. The soundtrack in this is just
as I
so
said,
cringe,
I
which is
promised
why I
a
changed it to something
debunking,
cooler,
and that's what you're going to get. However, here's the only thing here. Death Battle really only makes one argument. Ben Singer himself even states in a deleted tweet that this sole reason they stated was why Yang won. Okay, so their main argument is Yang's semblance. The more damage she takes, the more stronger she becomes. And their logic is, well, she took all of the damage that Tifa dished out on her, and it made her stronger, whereas when Tifa uses her limit breaks, they reset, and her power goes back to 0. However, there is a problem with that theory. While it is true that she does become stronger the more damage she takes,
this is something to really focus on right here. I'll pause it so you guys can get a little bit of time to read it. This is something that Death Battle blatantly ignored.
Ability does not enhance. So while her strength will get enhanced, her durability will not, and she will still take the full force of all of her opponent's attacks, meaning that it doesn't fucking matter because Tifa would kill Yang in about one fucking hit. While it is true that Yang does have enough durability to withstand Tifa's normal blows, once she whips out her legendary weapon and starts using her limit breaks, she is absolutely fucked. And that I will prove right now because I have the math to absolutely destroy this nonsense. When Death Battle examined the properties of the premium heart during their analysis of Tifa, the first quality mentioned was that the premium heart is a times 7.6 multiplier, stronger than the leather gloves, which are Tifa's default weapon. The one she starts the game with in Final Fantasy VII. They are likely the weapon she was using when she threw Cloud, as she is seen wearing the leather gloves in that scene. And the times 7 multiplier fact was likely provided by Death Battle to convey a comparison between her normal strength and how strong she is. While wearing the premium heart, how did they arrive at the 7.6 multiplier? Likely by examining the weapons in-game stats. The leather glove has an attack power of 13, and the premium heart has an attack power of 99, resulting in a difference of
like you have this nice way to end it with
times
Tifa just
rounded down using
trash that
Death
she is,
Battle's
but no, they end it with a neck snap. I think that's just very
153
lame.
tons of force figure as a base for Tifa's strength while wearing her leather gloves. The next step in calculating her power is determining how strong she is with
That's
the
why in the
premium
Death
heart
Battle
equipped.
drinking game, It says if there's ever a no limits fallacy, you
153
have to take a
tons
shot.
of force, 7.6 multiplier difference in base power between the leather glove and the premium heart equals out to 1162.8 tons of force. Even with the premium heart, Tifa's attacks still fall short of the 1400 tons force goal. However, premium heart has a special ability separate from its base attack power. As mentioned several times in the death battle, premium heart increases Tifa's power as her limit bar fills, i.e., when she receives damage, the exact way in which this boosting effect applies mathematically to Tifa's power is expressed in the following equation. Before dealing with this equation, I am going to make two purely aesthetic changes to it for the purposes of clarification only. The first is that I am going to flip the two sides of the equation. This is because I find it easier to read from left to right. Hopefully this is the case for most people reading this. The second is to rename the value power as found by itself on one side of the equation to total modifier power. This is to avoid confusion. Power is listed on both sides of the equation, which implies that they are equal. It should be apparent that the power value listed on the right of the equation above the side with all the multiplying and dividing will never equal the power value standing alone on the opposite side of the equals sign. The power found within the brackets is the base power value, and the power value on the other side is the solution to the equation. In other words, it's a representation of how the base power has been modified by the equation, hence total modified power. Now, we must insert the proper values for power. We will simply be using a value of 1. This is so that we can measure how much the Premium Heart special ability multiplies Tifa's strength. It is important that we insert values that represent Tifa having a full limit bar so that we can find out how strong Tifa's strongest attacks are. This will also assist us later on when we are determining the strength of Tifa's limit breaks, as they also benefit from Premium
Don't worry,
Heart's
I have
boosting
plans to
effect,
deal with Ragnar
and
versus Soul
a full
Bad Guy.
limit bar
That
is
one's not getting away
necessary to
unscathed.
perform any and all of
Once I
Tifa's
found
limit
out
breaks.
the bullcrap they
The
pulled with
value
Ragnar, I knew
Tifa's
that
limit
one had
level
to
is
be
4.
added to the list.
A FF character's limit break is learned by achieving limit level 4, and Tifa is stated in the death battle to have mastered all of her limit breaks. For the value of limit bar units, we will be using the value 255. This is because the limit gauge internally is treated as an integer between 0 empty
I will admit I didn't have the
and
same energy now that I had
255
back then.
full. Now, with all the numbers accounted for, we can solve the total modified power. Thus, we can see that if Tifa's limit bar is full, her power is increased by 4.984375 times, or quadrupled if you round down, which is how most calculations are treated in games, since a
By the way, if
precedent
anyone can
for
recognize what
rounding
this song is
down
a
has been
remix of,
set
let me know.
earlier. In calculating the difference in power between leather gloves and the premium heart, we will continue to do so and use a simple ×4 multiplier for representing the premium heart's special ability. Taken together with the base power of the weapon, we can now get an accurate representation of Tifa's strength when wearing the premium heart and being charged up sufficiently to use her limit breaks. 153
The only way they
tons
could have
of
humiliated
force
Ragna further is
multiplied
if they
by
had Bridget defeat him.
7.6 multiplied by 4 pH special ability at full limit bar equals 4,651.2 tons of force. Note, this is not representative of the strength of Tifa's limit breaks. This is how much force she can put into her own normal strikes when her limit bar is full prior to her deciding to use her limit breaks. Already we can see that at this point, each one of Tifa's punches are strong enough to deal a killing blow to Yang several times over. In fact, however, I am not stopping here. There are two reasons for this. One, some of you may believe Yang could tank more than one blow through a pillar, and showing that Tifa strikes with enough force to knock Yang through multiple pillars with one blow is not enough to declare Yang dead. I mentioned previously that this is up to debate and a very legitimate opinion, and so I will calculate Tifa's limit breaks to show that what I hope is a sufficiently large enough amount of overkill to safely say that Tifa is capable of overpowering
I wish I had my
Yang's
ranting
aura
energy
and
when I
killing
made
her.
this.
The second reason is that I promised you that I will
definitely
be
sounded a
quantifying the
lot more
strength
alive
of
when I did
Tifa's
Naruto versus
strongest
Ichigo.
attacks. So, without further ado, calculating the strength of Tifa's 7 limit breaks is actually quite simple. The damage each one inflicts is equal to a multiplier specific to that limit break applied to the strength of Tifa's normal attacks as displayed. Before we multiply these numbers by Tifa's established power, there is one more factor of the limit breaks that can and should be considered for those of you unfamiliar with Final Fantasy. When Tifa performs her limit breaks, a row of slots appears on the screen. There is one slot for each of her 7 limit breaks, and each slot has 3 faces. Hit, miss, or yeah. The player then needs to stop each of the slots, preferably on yeah. If you get a miss, the limit break represented by the slot misses. If you get a hit, the LB gauge hits with average damage, and a yeah represents you got a critical hit, which doubles the damage. A more realistic, less game mechanic-y based explanation of how the whole yeah thing works is that they are examples of Tifa executing her limit breaks perfectly. Critical hits in most games are usually left up to luck and random chance, even in Final Fantasy. However, in the specific case of Tifa's limit breaks, a critical hit is directly controlled by the user's skill and ability. Thus, in order to determine the absolute maximum power Tifa is able to produce, I will assume she performed a perfect limit break because it is something she is demonstrably capable of doing. Performing a limit break perfectly applies a further ×2 multiplier and how I present the strongest hits. Tifa Lockhart is capable of inflicting, factoring in what Death Battle calculated for her and the options they provided her with for her Death Battle match. 4,651.2 tons of force. Tifa's normal strength while wearing fully charged pH 1.25 beat rush. Multiply by 2 equals 11,628 tons of force. Now, keep in mind, people, that is just beat rush. That is her weakest limit break. Somersault, 12,790.8 tons of force. Water kick, 13,953.6 tons of force. Meteor strike, 15,116.4 tons of force. Dolphin blow, 16,279.2 tons of force. Meteor strike, 17,442 tons of force. Final Heaven, her strongest technique, 24,418.8 tons of force. Let's allow that last number to sink in for a moment. If the mech Yang fought was capable of punching with the force of 1,400 tons, then getting hit by a fully powered Final Heaven is the equivalent of getting punched by 17 of those mechs at the exact same time. And that's just the explosive cherry on top of the limit break chain. Now let's put the whole thing into perspective. If we divide the power of these limit breaks by the 1,400 tons of force below that Yang's aura tanked, 111,628.8 divided by 1,400. Yang's previously set durability threshold has been exceeded by about 79 times over the course of the 7 individual limit breaks. Another way to look at this is through the jetliner analogy used in the Death Battle. Yang's aura tanking the 1,400 force below from the mech is, according to Death Battle, the equivalent of having 360 jetliners fall on your face. For the purposes of this match, the jetliner analogy was taken as not only fact, but the primary reason why Yang won the fight. Going by the established math, taking Tifa's full limit break is like having 2,990 jetliners fall on your face, and then another 3,289 jetliners, followed by 3,588 jetliners, then 3,087 jetliners. More after that is another 4,188 jetliners, assuming you still have a face. 4,485 more jetliners will then fall on it. Open wide, the last one is a doozy. If getting knocked through a 4-foot wide pillar of concrete is equal to 360 jetliners, then Tifa's final heaven drops 6,279 jetliners on her opponent's face. That makes a grand total of 28,704 jetliners, which matches the earlier assessment of 79 times Yang's durability threshold. 28,704 jetliners divided by 360 is a difference of 79 times. For those who are curious, and for the sake of thoroughness and transparency, the math on the jetliners is included down below. Regardless of whether you measure it in tons of force or jetliners dropped on one space, the calculations prove that Yang could not have survived Tifa's final heaven, her most powerful attack. In all likelihood, Tifa would never even need to use final heaven against Yang. Even if Yang could somehow survive Tifa's attacks leading up to the limit breaks, she wouldn't even survive Beat Rush. This is a spite of epic proportions. This is one of Death Battle's all-time epic failures. And sure, while the Death Battle itself may have good animation and music, none of that matters when they are blatantly lying to you and being disrespectful towards the Final Fantasy universe. Whether you like Final Fantasy or not, we can all agree that whenever Death Battle misrepresents a universe, it is absolute horseshit. And if for some reason all of this does not convince you, in case maybe there are a few Ruby fans watching thinking I'm full of shit, I have one final trump card up my sleeve. Please enjoy the show.
Good night. I'll leave a link in the comments section so you can finish watching this on your own time.
versus Tifa is not the worst death battle just because they got it wrong, but because they got it wrong on purpose. It's
Oh, absolutely.
the only
Sephiroth has an
episode
iconic
you
theme.
can watch knowing nothing about either franchise, in which the result still doesn't make any sense at all. Let's get the boring math out of the way. Apologies to you all. Tifa holds the advantage in strength, skill, experience, and intelligence. However, Yang has the advantage in defense. Well, no, since they never actually calculated Tifa's defense at all, so that Tifa can't beat Yang. Yang got knocked through a concrete pillar, which means that she can withstand 1,400 tons of force, and Tifa can only dish out 150, except for her premium heart gauntlets, which adds a times 7.6 multiplier, and they get stronger as she takes damage. Times 4, and there's her limit breaks, which adds another times 2.625 multiplier. And if she gets a critical hit, that is another times 2. And that's about 24,000 tons. And this isn't some obscure trivia here, people. This is all stuff they cover in Tifa's rundown in the episode. So it's not like they didn't know about it. It becomes quite obvious at the end that they're making excuses. They claim we couldn't take Tifa's limit breaks into account because the strength she shows in them is not shown outside of them. Over footage of Tifa lifting and throwing a 2,000 plus ton dragon, brushing over how stupid that is, even if she can't use that strength outside of limit breaks. Why can't she use that strength in her limit breaks? No explanation is ever given for this. The fight itself, decent animation aside, feels like an advert. It starts with a callback to a trailer for Ruby. The battle ends when one of Yang's hairs falls out, haha, inside Ruby joke, and after Tifa is killed, the last shot is a banner unfurling, advertising an upcoming tournament in Season 3 of Ruby. It's very Ruby-oriented, is what I'm saying. And that's kind of a problem. You see, Rooster Teeth, the company that owned Ruby, and Yang merged with Screw Attack and Death Battle, either before or during production of this episode, meaning that the people who owned the Ruby character also owned the show, that decided whether or not the Ruby character won. I'm not a big conspiracy guy, and I don't want to tell you this is 100% why Yang won, but I would ask you to consider it possible. If Death Battle was purchased by Marvel Comics, and then the next fight had Quicksilver illogically beating Flash, That wouldn't guarantee any shady business, but the possibility would cross your mind, right? But at least Rooster Teeth never again used executive meddling to advertise. What's that? The next episode is just a fight between two red versus blue characters? Oh, well, shit. It's time for the final score. Honestly, I could keep going on and on, but I've already destroyed Death Battle's one and only argument. This is an absolute one-shot. Okay, fuck this. The final score is a 1 out of 10. An epic failure. Fuck this shit. It only escapes being a 0 out of 10 because the fight itself is actually pretty good. However, it's sad that the whole fight is nothing more than an advertisement. The whole entire thing. And some decent animation and music is not going to fix this. This is one of the worst death battles ever created, if not the worst death battle.
Apparently, they're
ever
bringing
made.
red versus
And
blue back.
You know what, Final Fantasy fans?
I don't know why.
You can say what you want about Cloud versus Link. They did not do Cloud dirty
you can come on
to
my
the
streams
same
anytime.
degree
I love
that
having
they
guests.
did Tifa.
Just
And
you have to message me beforehand.
This is just so enraging when you consider that it looks like the next death battle, Whis versus poor Mitsuru, is going to be another advertisement for the 7th season. And I'm sure it's no coincidence that Rooster Teeth needs any publicity they can get, considering they recently fired a innocent man over bullshit rape accusations, proving that they have no integrity and they are desperate. So, yeah, that's that. Yang versus Tifa, a 1 out of 10. Fuck this death battle. And I am calling on anyone who is watching this video. Boycott Death Battle. Do not watch the next Death Battle. Don't even watch it to give them a dislike or a hate comment. Let's try to get this video as little views and dislikes as possible. It's time to send a message to Death Battle. Like I said in my last video to the Ben 10 fans, let's hit Death Battle where it hurts, and Rooster Teeth where it hurts. Let's hit them right in the wallet. If we don't watch them, then they are not getting views and they can't get money. And if their views drop, then their advertisements are going to pull out. This is how we will beat Death Battle. I'm begging you guys. Hashtag boycott Death Battle. Let's do it, everybody. Let's finally send a message to Death Battle once and for all. As dangerous of a weapon as I am against Death Battle, I can't do this alone, guys. Please, join me in the good fight against Death Battle. If we all work together, we can make a change against Death Battle. I promise you all. So, please. But I have kept you all here long enough. So with that being said, what did you think of Yang versus Tifa? Do you agree that it's absolute bullshit, or do you think for some reason that I am wrong? Leave your comments down below, and if you like me doing these combos of debunkings and reviews, then let me know, and every Death Battle review from here on out will be a debunking review combo. And let me know any other Death Battles you want me to tackle. I'll see you guys around for the next video.
I believe the other excuse they gave for why Carolina won was because Carolina had the better AI or something like that. And he was able to focus her healing abilities in a more useful way than the meta. I don't know. I'm gonna have to review that episode sometime. I don't know. Why the hell would it be Hades? Then again, I don't know very much about Hades. I mean, I like the animation, but Boba Fett had no real chance. Yeah, the matchup was garbage, but I mean, I did like the fight, and I like how they managed to find a way to incorporate a lightsaber duel. But I think Boba Fett probably should have fought someone else. Same with Samus. Yeah, I'm just hoping these riots blow over and things go back to normal. It's just one thing after another. Not certain what else to discuss. I think I might end the stream here. Maybe I'll try to do another one tomorrow. I'm not certain what else to talk about. Thanks for the support, though, and I'll let you guys know on the community thing on my YouTube channel if I finally figure out what happened to my microphone. I mean, if the stream is anything to go off of, it sounds like it's working just fine. So, I don't know, maybe my editing software is glitching, I'm not certain. I hope that's the case. I really don't want to have to I really don't want to have to mess around with my editing software, because if my editing software is screwed, then that's going to be a mess, because I'm going to have to get a new one. But yeah, I'll try to figure it out. And if it decides not to work for me, I'll just use my Blue Yeti for live streams, and I'll just get another microphone to use for voice recordings. So I'll see you guys around. I'll see you guys around next time. I'll leave links for the death battle we watched for anyone who didn't get to finish it or watch it. And I'll also leave a link to my merch store if you want to check out any of the new merchandise on there. Thanks for joining.